Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. All members are present, so if you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have a quorum. Mr. Hirsch, anything to report?
No, there are no reports from the last closed session.
Thank you. Going to special reports, Sheriff's Department. We have a sheriff's rep here today? No, I passed him on my way here. He must be off to a call. We'll go then to Fire Department report. Chief Miller.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. You have the information in front of you for our run statistics and our stats for inspections and plan review and that type of thing. So I won't belabor that. I will high point some of the things that have gone on over the last month. We recently recruited 7 new firefighters for the department. They are not an addition to staff or to increase our staff numbers. We are maintaining our personnel, our reserve level at 15. These are replacements for the people that we lost that were picked up recently. And I promise that I'll get them down here next month to introduce them. We didn't have the opportunity to get them assembled to bring them in because they just came in for their orientation yesterday. But I will take a moment to introduce their names. We have firefighter paramedics Brandon Benawati, David Gaycad, and James Weinstein. And we have firefighters Andrew Galtney, James Green, Harrison Keller, and Jeremy Mace. We had an extremely strong group of recruits this time, so we're really happy with our new reserve firefighters. So, and I'd like to thank Justine for helping us out with that process. She was instrumental in the recruitment of going down to Allen Hancock and kind of hand-picking out a group of really good people. So, recently the healthcare district's ambulance station headquarters has had a mold problem, and I don't know if you're aware of it, but we're currently housing one of their ambulance crews at the fire station. The conditions aren't real good. We've got them in a training room with the Murphy beds there and trying to make it as comfortable as possible for them. But it kind of gives us a little glimpse of what it would be like maybe to have a crew up there, or, you know, what a future shared services and shared, you know, co-located agency would look like. I don't know if any of you have driven by the station recently and seen any of the upgrades. We've recently had the ability to repave all of the parking lot area around the station. We replaced all of the exterior lighting with LED lighting here over the last 6 months. And most recently, we utilized the services of a construction-oriented AWP worker to come in and put a fence up, and we claimed that lot next to us with a brand new fence around the property. So we're real happy to have that. If you get a chance, drive by and take a look at it. He did a really good job for us. Prevention-oriented, the Insurance Services Office, ISO, is still currently evaluating our services. We've been able to get most all of the information to them that they're looking for to complete the evaluation on our fire department and the insurance rates within the community. They have yet to get with Bob Greshams and the water department to go through the upgrades to the water system to complete that, but that should be forthcoming, I would guess, within the month. So, and that's all I have for my report, unless you have questions about anything specific.
Director Clift.
I'm glad to see that these reserve firefighters, you have 3 that are paramedic trained. How many total paramedic firefighters do we have on now?
Oh,
I mean,
total?
what's the total within the department?
Well, we have 7 full-time personnel, and out of that 7, there are 5 paramedics of our full-time staff. And then we have 15 reserves, and I'm kind of shooting from the hip here. I don't have the exact number, but I'm going to say at least 7 or 8 of our reserve staff are paramedics as well.
So on almost every run, we're going to have a paramedic on board.
Yeah, absolutely. Since we've taken over with the ALS designation, it's a requirement that we have to have a paramedic level staff on board the fire apparatus at all times. And with our paid staff and our reserve corps, we're able to accomplish that without a whole lot of difficulty.
Good, thank you.
Vice President Berninger?
Yes, I was, Chief, last month during public comments, some people were concerned about, firefighting capability and the effect of a few more homes being, tapping into our water resources. What effect do you think it would have on your ability to fight fires if we had, let's say, 20 additional homes in town?
I don't believe it would have any effect on our ability. We rely on the fire flow, the current fire flow that we have in town, and the upgrades to the system that have taken place there. We've designed it to be in the residential area to be 1,500 GPM and about 3,000 GPM down in the commercial area. I think the main thing to take away from our firefighting capability is that we run a single engine crew that has the ability to put a single hose line in service. Resources coming in beyond that are typically a half an hour out. Within a half an hour, we can probably have 15 people on scene with the ability to utilize 1,500 gallons a minute. Beyond that, it's a stretch for personnel, and we're getting into a bigger scenario where if something we don't want to get beyond because the fire would be out into the forest, and at that point, the tactics would probably change to aircraft. I don't see how adding homes would necessarily have any impact on our services at all. I can't see, you just have to realize it could bump our call volume a little bit, but as we stand now, I think we're well staffed with where we're at, so it's not an issue for us.
Thank you.
Director Rice?
Chief Miller, hi.
Hi.
I know the Cambria Healthcare District had a special meeting recently. Is there any updates on what's going on their getting a new administrator?
The upcoming meeting, they're going over, they had the special meeting that you attended was geared toward looking at the replacement of one of their board of directors and the administrator position. The information that they took from that, they're moving forward with that process I believe that they have to have the board member on by the 23rd of September, I believe is the date. And I'm not sure where they're at just yet with the new administrator position. I'm currently filling that role until they're able to come up with a solution to that. So I'm not sure what options that the board has looked at and where they're at in that process right now.
When is the next meeting for the Healthcare District?
The next meeting will be next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday, and at Rabobank at
Yep.
6?
It starts at, it's either 5:30 or 6. 5:30.
5:30 at Rabobank next
Uh-huh.
Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Director Robinette?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chief Miller. One of the things in your report right toward the end, you were talking about this review that, in fact, I do recall it started just before you came to our meeting last
Yeah,
month,
uh-huh.
and kind of more involved than you had anticipated at that moment. What is the purpose of that review?
It's a review that an organization called the Insurance Services Organization, they are the grading agency that represents fire insurance carriers throughout the country. Their mission is to evaluate and grade fire services. And they assign a rating of the fire department in a particular area with a rating of 1 to 10, with 1 being the best. And based upon that rating that the fire services have in that area, that's what your fire insurance premiums are tied to.
That's what I thought.
Currently, the department is a 5/9, which means that we're a level 5 department, but there are areas in the community that dip as low as a 9. And we're hoping, the last assessment, I believe, was done in around 98 or 2000, right in there. And we've had significant improvements in the water supply system and the fire department services since that time. So I'm hoping that we'll get a better rating and hopefully get a little break for a lot of the community and their insurance premiums.
That's what I thought, and that really would be great. So,
Yeah.
so a rating of 1 is a lowest rate that would be given to this community.
Yeah, that would be like a full-service, big city fire department type of a thing.
But I'm sure it's going to help since the last time, because we do have the additional water supply, and you do have the pressure you need, which is state-required, same pressure per square inch. So good luck.
We've also upgraded the staffing and the fire apparatus situation since the last evaluation as well. So, and the training and a lot of things have improved. So keep my fingers crossed. Hopefully we get a good rating.
We'll all keep our fingers crossed, and I think we all know we're in good hands, too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Clift?
Let me caution people, because the insurance service organization's rating activity rates just not only the fire department and water flow and distance to hydrants and things like that that we can affect, but it also takes into account environment, rainfall, a lot of things that you can't control. So you could probably have a lot lower rating if you cut down all the trees. But so there are some things that we can affect and some things that we can't. If you can move below a 5 to a 4, that is a fairly good rating for insurance premiums. Probably what is more likely is that some of the areas that are rated 9, which is basically unprotected, is for all intents and purposes unprotected. A 10 is unprotected more than 5 miles away from a fire station. Some of the people who have resided in areas that would be rated as 9 insurance, that could probably come back into the 5 rating and significantly affect their insurance premiums. But as much as I would love to see it a 4 or a 3, there are some environmental factors here that we love that make it very difficult for an organization like that that's sitting there assessing the overall potential of fire and the overall significance of a major fire. They're pretty conservative, and going below a 5, I hope they can, but I wouldn't hold my breath, and there may be things we can't, because we live here, we wouldn't do the things that would bring us down to that. Because if you live in New York City, you don't have to worry about trees burning. And there are some things that the Insurance Service Organization rates that we're not going to change, because that's our life. So hopefully it drops to a 4 and a lot less people in the 9 area, but keep your
wits about you.
Right.
Yeah, whatever you're paying for insurance premiums, keep.
One
keep
comment
that-
that I would like to make about that, and that's good information. New this year, they surveyed us for fire prevention efforts that have been made in the community, namely our fuel mod projects like the shaded fuel breaks that we've done. And I was able to go into pretty good detail with the Covell break, and they seemed to be fairly impressed with that. So hopefully those type of things have an impact as well. So,
All right, thank you, Chief Miller.
thank you.
Next, we have a special presentation. Directors, I think we're all blessed to have so many wonderful organizations in town, from Legion, Rotary, Lions, don't want to leave anybody out, the Chamber. But there is a group that's very special and with a lot of good friends in it, and we're fortunate to have them very closely affiliated with the fire department. We in fact have provided $500 this year in our budget for resources for the CERT team, and they do so many things in our community, ranging from earthquake preparedness to search and rescue for lost humans. I think we've all been very familiar with the type of things that they do, and so we're very privileged today to have a really good turnout from the CERT program, led by the coordinator, Norman Smith, who does a great job for them. And I'd like to make this presentation and also invite Director Robinette with me, who wears the CERT hat proudly. She'll carry it with her. After this, we could ask you to say a few words and introduce your folks. And I'll read this. I'll put my glasses on first. Okay, this is a proclamation commending the Cambria Community Emergency Response Team, otherwise known as CERT, and it reads thusly: whereas the Cambria CERT program was started in November 2002, currently coordinated by Norman Smith, and whereas on average the CERT program conducts the basic training course one time a year and is offered to the general public and/or particular groups in the community, and whereas 11 CERT classes have graduated since the program began, with more than 300 individuals completing the CERT basic training, and whereas a total of 200 CERT members have participated in 4 natural disaster exercises for emergency personnel, and a total of 125 CERT members have participated in 3 CERT-specific exercises. And whereas CERT members have responded in 5 actual emergencies, which included an earthquake, missing person search, and winter storms, conducting residential and neighborhood checks, managing and processing supplies or donations, initial damage assessment, basic search and rescue, staffing the Emergency Operating Center, community relations, and distribution of emergency information to the public. And whereas CERT members also perform non-emergency functions, including support for public safety at community events, emergency preparedness, fire safety, residential address identification, community parades, and whereas all residents and visitors to Cambria have benefited from the generosity and true community support and service of the Community Emergency Response Team of Cambria. Whereas CERT is recognized as an instrumental part of the Cambria Fire Department's operation, now therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me as President of the Board of Directors, and on behalf of the entire Board, CCSD staff, and all Cambrians on this 22nd day of August 2013, we hereby honor and commend Community Emergency Response Team of Cambria with this proclamation of public recognition, extending to them our sincere appreciation and best wishes for continued success in all their future endeavors. Thank you very much. Norman?
Thank you.
Kathy, one more with Bill. Okay. Just on the other side of Norm. Or underneath. So Norm, if you could, and would you introduce your
Well, I thank the whole board, and I appreciate the recognition for the CERT team. They're all volunteers, and they've given their time to not only take the class, and many more have actually taken the class and participate in the team, but those that decided to volunteer are part of the team, and now we try to operate and help the community as part of the Cambria Fire Department in any emergencies and disasters. There's 154 or 5 people that are technically part of the team. Not all of them participate all the time, but that's a pretty good resource if we do have an emergency to start the process of assisting if the fire department and first responders aren't totally available to assist in the community. And that's what we're here for, is to assist the emergency responders on their problems, not to get in their way, not to substitute, but to try and help them out and become a functional part of the whole emergency system. I don't know if I can remember everybody's name with 155 people. I'm lucky to keep up with it. But I'm going to just say that these people are from throughout the community, and they perform a variety of functions, and many of them have functioned in true emergencies as well as many of the events that we've participated in. And I'm grateful for their help.
Could we have them stand and be
Sure,
recognized?
everybody can stand. I was going to make one more comment, and I would be remiss if I didn't do so. Bob Putney, the former fire chief, is actually a CERT member. He's the one who started CERT in this area, and we're real grateful because there is a push county-wide to do a lot more with CERT right now, and the sheriff is trying to get people on board because he'd like to see more CERT teams like Cambria. I think we're the only official team in the county. So, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Bob. Appreciate you being here. Merle?
Yeah, I would like to thank you also, and I'd like to also point out that you are known around this county and other areas as the example that if as these CERT teams develop, they're really looking towards the model that's here in Cambria. And so you can be very proud of the fact that you're not just doing something here. You are starting something that can be involved with this whole county and beyond this county. So I congratulate you and think you're just doing an outstanding job.
Okay, thank you once again, and hopefully you'll get a few more volunteers based upon this. You get the check. Norm, the question was by Director Rice, how does one become involved with CERT?
Well, we advertise classes. We have 1 or 2 a year, and right now I don't know when the next one would be scheduled. It's about a 20-hour training class. It's based on FEMA's own program of CERT, and people that take the class can take it for their own benefit and learning for their own personal skills, or they can decide to be part of the team. So once we conduct a class, then we ask people if they want to join the team. And we recruit from outside. We get some people that move in to the area that sometimes have the training, so we try and grab them up too.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could we kind of let the public know that if they're interested but don't know, worried about missing the advertisement, they can contact the fire department and
That's
have their names listed so that they'd be notified of the next class?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Director Robinette?
Yes, I would just only like to share too. It has been a wonderful experience, and I'm one of those people that even after a few years back having the training, it is great training. One that I was thinking of just coming over here, I thought, I still remember how to use a fire extinguisher the right way. Fire extinguishers, if you've never used one, they use great teaching models. It's PASS, of course, and we all know what PASS is, don't we? And so we pull and aim and squeeze and sweep. And if you've never used a fire extinguisher, it's a great experience because that's when I think that many people in their homes, you just feel a lot better if you ever had an emergency because you would know what to do with it. I think fire extinguishers are scary somewhat, but anyway, it's a pleasure to be here and hear you today because you've done a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on in the agenda to public comment. Members of the public may now address the board on any item of interest within the jurisdiction of the board, but not on its agenda today. And in compliance with the Brown Act, the board cannot discuss or act on items not on the agenda. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes, and I urge you to stay within the 3 minutes because we got a stack of folks wanting to speak, and we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to be heard, and because we're otherwise looking for a very long meeting. Speaker slips are available in the entry and should be submitted to the district clerk, who will provide them to me, and I'll call them in order. And first on the list, we have Harry Farmer.
Good afternoon, members of the board, officials of our water district. Harry Farmer, 27-year resident of Cambria. Before I make my statement, I just want to acknowledge the unbelievably psychedelic shirt being worn by reporter Tanner today. Kathy, you want to stand up for a minute? It's kind of a flashback to the 60s here. Anyway, on a more serious note, I realize the main concern of this meeting is the issuance of intent to serve letters. I just will remind all of us that the main purpose of the services district is to provide a sufficient amount of water to meet the needs of our community. With the ongoing drought conditions, not just in Cambria, but much of the United States and the planet, the main focus of our CSD should be the collection, use, and reuse of all available water sources. And this means everything from methods used by cultures worldwide for thousands of years, such as reservoirs and cisterns, as well as wastewater purification and gray water systems that are now being perfected by modern technologies. We're blessed to live in one of the most beautiful places on planet Earth, where people come to visit from all over the world, and where responsible residents of this community have made every effort in providing excellent water conservation. I wish to encourage the members of this board to be equally responsible in focusing on a vision for the future of Cambria and the collection, use, and reuse of all available water sources. The residents of our special town deserve competent, forward-looking, fiscally and environmentally responsible leadership from both the board and the officials of our district. I encourage all of you to regain a sense of focus and priority in meeting the needs of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer. Next, we have Bernadine Morgan.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and committee. My name is Bernadine Morgan, and I am a member of LP&L Parlor, number 163, that's been in the community since 1908. And our goals are civic awareness and community support. We have at our last 3 meetings communicated with each other about the trash can situation and the recycling bins that I know are in work. And we wanted to get some kind of a timeline of when they may actually exist. We organize cleanup among our group, where we go into particularly the East Village, which seems to be the more challenging part of our community. The West Village, the businesses are pretty good, maybe because the chamber's there. We don't really know why. But we do spend a lot of energy, about 3 or 4 times a year, trying to do that. And if we could coordinate our cleanup around when the cans would be there, when they would be emptied, it would help us create an opportunity for our membership to get together when we schedule these things. Also, I have been a victim of fire, and I know that we have asked about cigarette container butts be placed in certain areas of the city, of our little town, because we don't really know. We have to expect people who smoke to be responsible, but it isn't always the case. And so that's something else that we would like to have you consider. I looked online today, they're about $50 a piece. The other thing is, when we do clean up, we know that when we don't collect them, they go down into our water system, and then there they are. The other thing, we also have nurseries that donate drought-resistant plants. One of our other projects is planting in the planter areas around town, in front of the school, and various places. And we want to coordinate when we plant our drought resistance plants so that we know that they will be properly watered, and if there is sufficient water for us to invest our time and energy getting these plants in place, so that the community, when we do have our tourists come, they have some place that's fresh and clean looking for them. Since we spend a lot of energy and money bringing people into town, we would like to be able to feel pride in our town from one end to the other. As our town is expanding down past Hart, the parking lot across from the Cambrian, there's a lot of refuse that ends up down there. People are very unconcerned about how it looks, and we do put a lot of energy into taking pride in it and organizing. It's hard to inspire our membership to get out and help us clean when 2 weeks later it looks the same. So that's my request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan, and thank you for the service you provide. I'd like to ask Mr. Gruber at this point to, if you could update us on the status of the trash bins that we've been working on.
Yes, we have, a grant's been applied for, and we anticipate getting an answer from that grant. It's not guaranteed, but what we've applied for is to replace all the trash cans in the west and east village. Those trash cans will serve a dual purpose. They'll be recyclable and for regular waste, and they're very nice looking. Hopefully we'll get that grant, so I'm anticipating about within a 6-month period of time. The butt containers were not included in that, and so maybe we can talk about, it's a minimal cost. And as far as the watering, yes, we do have Title 23 water, plenty of water available. What I'd like to do is get her phone number and sit down and talk with her and let her know that we can assure them that it'll be watered if they plant new plants along Main Street.
Great, and I think that due to the fact that the granting agency requested that we apply for the grant, I think it bodes well in terms of being successful, at least at some level, and so we're optimistic that that will come through. But thank you for your comments. Next we have Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, President Thompson. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen and live on Park Hill. And I live in a house which has approximately 7.5 linear feet of LPs. We are in the old days at my house as well as the new. And one of the LPs is the Freedom March LP, published in 1963. And as I'm sure you all know, a week from yesterday is the anniversary of the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Last week, I was exhilarated to get in the mail, having ordered it early, a copy of Book 1 of John Lewis's March. And it is, for many of you, you probably have read many graphic novels, I'm sure. If not, this would be a fantastic first time. It is an autobiographical statement by Representative John Lewis. And I have bought a copy, it's already at the Cambria Library, and 3 copies for the libraries at the school system. I'm up here now to remind you, as I'm sure you already have been reminded by your own conscience, to look this coming week from now until Wednesday at how you have participated in the work for jobs and freedom, both nationally and here in Cambria. We have many, many issues of jobs and freedom here in Cambria, not only racism, but also the issues of class distinctions. And I would urge you as a board, as you develop our policy for the services of the community district, to look carefully at how your decisions affect people in their economic standing in this community, affect people in their ethnic standing in this community, and also it was begun to be addressed in 1963 by people like Rachel Carson, who died that year. But also address, please, as you deliberate, the interaction of those two with questions of the stability of the habitat, the environment we live in. Looking out the window this morning, there was a humpback whale. Unfortunately, it was headed down to Arroyo Laguna, to the southern place in those 5 cities, or quad cities, whatever they are down there. And that meant it didn't find Cambria quite up to its standards yet of hanging out here. The dolphins a couple of weeks ago did. But I urge you to look at environment, economic justice, and the justice of human identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. And finally, we have Tina Dickerson.
Good afternoon, Board. Tina Dickerson, Cambria. Just noticing in the board meeting packet, I see nothing regarding Fire Miller's report. But since Director Behringer brought up the issue of would 20 houses built here factor into an issue with the fire, I want to just say this, that it is amazing to note the silence on fire issues since this board has proposed intent to serves, that you're going down this track. The prior board and boards before that, we were fear-mongered, fire-mongered to death because we didn't have that 600 acre-feet per year extra amount of water. We live in a forest, and Director Clift is right. Good luck getting this area level changed. We live in a forest, and my gosh, just driving through or walking through, the trees are in dire need of water. And so I find it quite amazing that you would even bring up, would 20 houses make a difference? Let me just say that a few weeks ago, my husband and I had driven to the Cove, and on our way back, coming on south on 1 towards Weymouth. I thought it was fog, but it was smoke. And we started to smell the smoke, and I was turning onto Weymouth to get onto Moonstone, and all of a sudden there was a CAL FIRE truck coming right behind me, and I moved over. I learned later that in the reporting of that fire that CCSD showed up, then Cayucas was called in to take care of this Blue Whale Inn fire. The Hearst fire truck was called out. I mean, if we can't even deal with a small fire on Moonstone Beach Drive without 4 fire departments, and we're wondering if 20 more houses, we live in a forest. That should be the #1 concern, and the homes that are within that forest. So 20 houses, it's not going to make any difference, because as 2 or 3 years ago when CAL FIRE did a marvelous presentation, CAL FIRE has the equipment that we would need for a forest fire. Our local fire departments do not. The CCSD does not. So I'm just amazed that we no longer hear about fire. It's a forgotten subject, but it certainly wasn't for Director Clift. You were on the board at that time, when we were fire and fearmongered to death because we didn't have the water. Well, we have a lot less water now, and here you're proposing more building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Chief Miller, I noticed you're still back there. Could you comment upon the capability of the fire department to handle?
One more question I have to Fire Chief Miller. What was the land that was claimed by the firehouse? Was it purchased? I didn't quite understand that. If he could answer that.
Certainly,
Thank you.
Chief Miller.
Yes.
Ms. Dickerson indicated that the fire department did not have the capability of handling the Blue Dolphin fire and had to call out reserves from 4 other departments. Is that an accurate statement?
We utilize mutual aid. We are in it's automatic and mutual aid. We respond to Cayucas. Cayucas responds to us. We respond to Hearst Castle. Hearst Castle responds to us. It would be very irresponsible for a community the size of Cambria to try to raise the tax revenue to put on the fire forces to enable a capability to handle everything on our own. All public funds are a balancing act between the quality of life for different issues. Fire services seem to be one of those. Most certainly, public safety is a huge concern, but I'm certainly willing to entertain the idea if you want to build a couple more stations and put on more personnel and add more apparatus. I'm not so sure that this community can afford that.
But by mutual aid, does that just not imply that everyone kind of pitches in? It's not like you called these other departments and said, please come and help us out?
It's automatic aid that is built into the response system, that any call we get has a set response that sends the appropriate amount of personnel. In this case, the Blue Whale is a commercial structure fire, which gets 4 engine companies and overhead personnel. That is standard. That's NFPA standard. You need to get at least 16 people on the scene of a fire with that kind of potential in the first 10 minutes. We try to do that in such a way to where it's not unrealistic for the community to pay for it. Another thing that we've done that has been a big conservative water-saving type of measure for fire safety is our sprinkler ordinances. Our very aggressive fire prevention and sprinkler ordinances in this town are designed not only for fire safety, but to save the water. If you've got a sprinklered building, that in effect is going to put out a fire with 100 to 200 gallons of water, whereas you could dump 200,000 gallons on it once it gets going and is out of control. So the fire department and the community have taken very responsible steps toward putting those type of ordinances in. The fire service guarantees that we'll always look for the most cost-effective and realistic way to provide a high quality of service to the community. Mutual aid and automatic aid have always been in that package. We respond to CAL FIRE as well as CAL FIRE responds with us too. They're a part of that as well.
Great, thank you. And then the other question about the fence and the property?
There was a portion of property that was acquired, I believe I'm not sure exactly what the date, it was well before my time. I want to say in 98, 2000, somewhere in there, there was a lot that was purchased to the rear of the fire station with the idea in mind, if there was ever an expansion needed due to the shared services agreement, that property could be there if there was a expansion on the current fire station needed. That property has been there. It was acquired, like I say, probably the year 2000. What we did was we put a fence. We took the fence that was down that cut that property off, and we moved it back to claim that onto the fire department premises is all.
Great, thank you,
So,
Chief Miller. Appreciate it. Okay, next, moving on to agenda review, additions, deletions, and pulled consent items. Directors, any items you would like to?
I have a small change to the minutes, and I'd like to pull item 7C, I think it is.
Okay, we'll pull item 7B.
See,
7B. B.
Can we just introduce the small change to the minutes without pulling it off the consent agenda?
Is that possible? I'm glad to do that if, I just have a small change on the minutes.
Okay, and anyone else? I'd like to pull item 7C.
Oh, that's what I said, 7C.
that's what we all
That's what I
mean,
did say,
I
7C.
think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not B, but C?
I also have a change to the minutes, so I have 2 items.
Okay,
Yeah,
C and C.
and the question is, do we, from council, do we have to pull B from the consent agenda if there's just a minor change to the minutes?
I don't see a problem with the change being read into the record and the board then acting on the consent calendar based upon that.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so we have a very small consent agenda. Managers and board report. General Manager Gruber.
Thank you, President Thompson and board members. Let me start with my general manager's report, and then I'll go through the other manager's report, and if Bob reappears, we'll have him do his engineer report and then go over some of the well levels.
And would you introduce your new staff member, too?
Oh, yes, this is Justine Harris, and she's acting as the clerk today. The question was asked by Kathy if I got demoted because I've moved down this way, and I'm here to assist Justine if there's any complications that come up. So we've kind of shuffled staff, so, and plus Bob got the sinking chair, so. Just really quick, the setup in here is for the Follies. So you see they've got an apron set up and they got stairs and speakers and things like that, and that's for the weekend that the Pine Dorado is coming up, and so I'd encourage everybody to come see the Follies. They've been rehearsing in here in the last couple of weeks or so, and that's gone really well. So all this setup is for that, not for the board meeting. So I just wanted to let everybody know. And there'll be no show, no show. So let me start with my general manager's report, and there's a lot of information, but I would encourage everybody to go to the CCSD website. That's the first bullet point on my general manager's report. We've revamped it. We're in the process of revamping it. Today is picture day. That's why all the board members have ties on, and so those pictures will go on to the board. But information, as we went through the website, we realized that there was a lot of information that was outdated, and so we've been working the last couple of weeks. When you start a website process, it's daunting. You realize that how many things have not been updated for a significant amount of time. So we would encourage everybody to go on the website. I put the website here. It's got a refreshed look. It's up to date. And it'll have a lot more information that was on there in the past. With that being said, I would encourage anybody that wants to suggest any improvements about information to our website, just call me. And if you want to see anything else added on there, we'll see what we can do for you. We're continuing to transition the administrative staff. As you know, the board approved a full-time conservation specialist, and Courtney's still in the process of doing the full-time conservation in addition to her billing. So there's some things that I want to continue to look at that might give us the opportunity to accomplish this, but still save the district a significant amount of money that was budgeted. So I'll be talking with some ad hoc committees and maybe bringing some recommendations back to the board regarding this that could reduce the amount of money that we've allocated as part of this year's budget for additional personnel and staffing. The district continues to work on our records retention program. We have about 500 boxes that are archived, and what we're really focusing on is making sure that the appropriate records that we don't need to hang on to anymore are properly disposed of, and that the records that are important, that they're scanned into our P drive and then put into our Laserfish. We have a repository software that we've had for several years that we really just haven't used to its maximum capability, so we're in the process of doing that. I put a technology working group together. The reason I did that is we need, on multiple fronts, we need to improve the district's technological part of things, financial software, our parcel management software, things like that. So that consists of our billing person, our payrolls person. She handles all the payroll and all those PERS things, and then Monique, the administrative services officer, and the finance manager. They're working on that. Also put a compliance audit working group together, and that is a group that will just be looking at our permits and all the associated documentation on an ongoing basis. And you would think, well, why haven't we been doing that all along? We have, but the state isn't always really good about contacting us when forms change or reports change or things like that. So I want to make sure that we are continuing to evaluate everything on the water and wastewater side, and it also improves communication amongst the department managers. The next bullet item is requiring that all state reports that are sent out go through the district clerk. The question you're asking on that is, well, why don't we do that? And the problem with being separated the way we are, wastewater in one area and water, they're combined together now, fire, parks, and rec, is that in many instances, a lot of departments will electronically submit reports that are due to the state. And the state actually encourages that, and I would continue that I would ask that they continue to do that. However, I think that all the reports that are sent out to the state regarding compliance matters and sampling and monthly reports and things like that, that a hard copy goes out from the admin office with the chief plant operator's signature on it. It gives a chance for me to review it. It gives a chance for the district engineer to review it. And it also enables us to scan it into the P drive and put it on the Laserfish. When we have to retrieve documents relating to environmental issues, it makes it a lot easier for us instead of going to the individual departments and asking them, did you send this? So it's just some housekeeping manners. The finance manager is continuing to work with district staff on proper coding. I remember way back in my days when I was in operations, I just put everything to maintenance. That's the easy thing to do. You give it a code number. But Alan's been doing a really good job working with Mike and Justin and Ben and making sure that they understand what should be capitalized, how it should be coded. That's working out really good. We have Bardo Wells with us here today, Alex Handler. This is the first time I've actually met Alex. Alex and I worked on the master fee schedule together, and we worked on the report that we're going to be bringing forward. We worked on with each other when I was up in the Bay Area, but we've never really met each other. And so it's nice to have a face with the name. And so he'll be given a introduction here in a minute. I'm going to skip down and go to Pro Pipe. You've seen a lot of trucks in town. I appreciate everybody being patient with that. That is the videotaping and the cleaning of 20% of our collection system. We found, I lied before. I said that we found most of our manholes. We're still finding manholes. We found about 25 or 30 that were located up in the canyons, Fern Canyon and Strawberry Canyon. I'd like to thank Rick Hawley for working with us and clearing those areas away. There's about 25 or 30 of them that we found. And they've been buried for about anywhere from 25 to 30 years, we believe, based on the vegetation that's overgrown. The encouraging part about the 20% that's been videotaped is I had concerns that we were going to find significantly more repairs that needed to be done. We found one in, is it Fern Canyon, Bob, or Strawberry Canyon? We found one in Fern Canyon that needs immediate attention. But the nice part about it is it's about $11,500 of repairs that need to be done, which really isn't bad. So we've issued a purchase order and we're getting that taken care of. And then there's 3 or 4 laterals in off Orlando that we believe have contributed significantly to the problems that we've had during heavy rains. The video actually showed them they would go underwater when we got a lot, which inundated the plant. So we want to work on fixing those, and we estimate probably another $10,000 to $15,000 on those. So the first 20% represented $25,000 in repairs. That doesn't include raising and fixing a lot of the manholes that's been broken. That's probably another 10. So it's not the big ticket item that I thought. I think we can get all the repairs done for the first 20% of the cleaning, probably somewhere in the $30,000 to $35,000 range, which really makes me happy. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. I probably could have used a better word than combining the water and wastewater departments. I apologize for that. There was a certain amount of sensitivity where water operators and wastewater operators doing things that they shouldn't be doing and they weren't licensed for. And the answer to that is no. So what I wrote in here is cohabitate or co-locate, and that water operators aren't performing duties that wastewater operators would be performing, and wastewater operators wouldn't be performing duties that water operators would be performing. So I can appreciate the concerns of the community. I should probably pick a little bit better wording on that. But they are working together, and I still stand behind the concept of having the utilities departments in one area. And they're working on things such as traffic control, emergency response, main breaks, and assisting in maintenance-related issues. And I do encourage that our operators do strive to become dual certified. But if you have any questions relating to that, I've put Mike Finnegan's email right here. He's our utility manager, so I'd ask that you contact him. His phone number's here. And if you have any questions and you need some additional clarification. But also, we provide tours to our facilities, so I would encourage you to be a part of those tours. And again, this has resulted in the Facilities and Resource Department having their own facility down on the East Ranch now. I hope everybody has had a chance to see how nice that area looks down there. And I put Carlos Mendoza's phone number. I don't know if Carlos knew I did this or not, but he'll know when people start calling him. But his phone number is here and his emails here. So I would encourage you to go down there and take a look at these. Are good things. These are positive things. I don't do things to muddy the waters. I do things because it just makes sense for the district and the community. Going on to page 8, which is the finance manager's report, and then I'll answer any questions at the end that anybody may have. The fourth quarter revenue expenditure reports for the 12 months ending June 30th, 2013 is expected to be presented at the September 2013 board meeting. What does that mean? That means that we'll be closing out the books for last fiscal year. And even though we had quite a few emergency repairs with the SR4 well and infrastructure and things like that, based on the preliminary conversations that I had with the finance manager, it looks like we're going to finish the end of fiscal year pretty strong without any significant deficits in any of the departments, and actually some slight surpluses in some of the departments. So that's I think everybody should be applauded for that and thanked for that. We didn't have any expenditures over $100,000, which is encouraging. I'm going to keep on going here. On page 10, our total net worth, or other than our fixed assets and what we have in the bank, is almost $4.6 million, and you can see an upward trend in that. We've already talked about Chief Miller's report. And the Board of Directors, this is Facilities and Resources. So talking about fire on page 15, I'm sorry, the fire breaks. We see that Carlos and his department is contracted for at least 3 fire breaks on the ranch, and they were awarded and work has been completed. Many of the trails and the open fields on the ranch were overgrown. Staff mowed these back. So it's an effort between Facilities and Resources and the fire department on addressing some of these concerns that we have for fire protection for the community. We see that staff has worked on finishing up weed abatement on the district lots. That's completed. We held 58 events here in Veterans Hall. And Carlos talks a little bit about some of the work that he is doing on that facility down there at the East Ranch. Again, he's made some repairs to he's mowed the Steelhead Park, he's made repairs to the skate park, and then on the Santa Rosa Trail, he's done a lot of work on that. Briefly, if we could go to page 17, and that's the Administrative Services Report. I think the one thing I want to touch on just really quickly is the retrofit points bank and some conservation things that we're working on. And I really want to thank the Conservation Committee. They meet with us probably once a week, Director Robinette and Director Rice, and they're really passionate about conservation, and they work really well with staff, and I'd like to thank them for that. Retrofit Points Bank, as of 8/1/2003, we've handed out over 745 shower heads and 816 aerators. There's been some concerns about the shower heads. You use them, you throw them out, you know. But we're going to be looking into that and talking about that more and seeing and having a real feel for what percentage of those shower heads are being utilized, and do we need to possibly look at looking at something else. And so the total remaining points in the point bank is over 8,872. About 3,400 of those points are going to go to People Self-Help. People Self-Help is revised the scope of their project. We originally anticipated about 4,000 points for that project out of our points bank. But in September, we'll be bringing back a revised scope of work for People Self-Help that is a little bit smaller than originally was proposed. That's going to require board action. Public outreach, Courtney and Justin, they've attended multiple listing service meetings in Cambria. That's the realtors, and you know, the realtors really appreciate what we're doing. I got we got a card from one of them today, and I know I've been talking for a while, but I just want to read this, and this says, Courtney, thank you so much for your consistent consistent reaching out to our members and to keeping them appraised of the ongoing changes and update that occur with the Cambria CCSD. You are an incredible asset to the realtor community, and we truly value the time and energy you've put forth on our behalf. Biggest thanks, the realtors of Cambria. And so she went and talked to them today, and so I think that's just a really good kudos to the CCSD and to Courtney for the work that she's doing. And you know, realtors aren't always the easiest. I hope they're not listening. They're the easiest group of people to address, but we broke those barriers down, and we continue to work with them. On page 18, quickly with Mike's report as utility manager, I think the big thing is that the very first bullet item you'll see is Alpha Electric completed installation of the new Opted 22 controller for the SR4 well, and we're fine tuning that, and we're going through multiple scenarios to make sure that it functions absolutely properly. And so what does this mean? It means that we'll be able to run that well now off tank levels, which is the Pine Knolls tank, and through radio correspondence and the start of a backbone of a telemetry system, that well will be able to come on and kick off based on reservoir levels. Quite a few other things that Mike's working on. He's doing a good job. So I've covered everything I want to cover, and then maybe we could, if I can answer some questions, if that's okay with the president, if anybody has any, and then we'll let Bob talk a little bit about his report. And some of the well level information, we've improved some graphs. We're not there yet. We've taken the spaghetti chart, as Bob calls it, on page 22, and we've turned it into a pasta chart on page 21. It's much easier to understand. We're not there yet. We're going to continue to refine this and make it better. And then I did meet with Director Rice, and she had some really good suggestions on page 26, which is the production data. Two things. I think that we can take this graph right here, or this information from the San Simeon and Santa Rosa wells, and we can add categories, and we can make it a little bit clearer to understand well levels and production and things like that. But also I'd like to work with the Cambrian, and just like they have a portion in there with high tides, hopefully weekly or maybe monthly, we can provide a section in there that has well levels, so the readers will be able to see those. Okay, good. They are, but I need to provide you some better information, easier to understand. So, just one last thing, and I'll turn it over to Bob, is that we're working very closely, administration and engineering and operations on our well levels right now. And yes, we are in a drought, but one thing that I think is really encouraging is that we are all working together, and we're closely monitoring the level of those wells, and we're meeting every day, or at least in correspondence, but probably meeting every day. And with that, I think we have a level of confidence that right now we're doing okay. So, but I'll answer any questions that the board might have.
Well, let's hear from Mr. Greshams, then we have a request for public comment, and then we'll see what the board's questions might be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Jerry. I'll be brief. I won't repeat some of this Jerry already spoke to, so I'll be very brief. If you have a question, just feel free to stop me, and I'll elaborate further. A lot of the effort covered in my report was the final cleanup on the Bartle Wells study that you'll hear from Alex Handlers later on in today's meeting. The assistance to the water and wastewater departments continues. Where I spoke about the pro pipe, we issued a change order to them to cover some additional areas, and that is bearing some fruit because the identification of some probably direct inflow sources behind Orlando Drive that were discovered as a result of that change order, so that was worth doing. They're now finished. We're helping them with updating our mapping for the water and sewer facilities. That became obvious from some of the questions that came up during the CCTV work, where we were missing some maps and putting that together kind of on the fly at the time. Assisting the water conservation program, we had a good discussion for some training for both Courtney and Justin that would be done by the Medaus Water Management on some commercial auditing techniques. The other project working on is the sanitary sewer extension to the well SR4 treatment facility. We had a good meeting with school district representatives on August 9th, and we're waiting to hear back from them on certain features of that design before we go any further. So it's on a little bit of a hold at the moment until we hear back from the school representatives on certain design details. There may be a change of scope with North Coast Engineering on that, depending on which way that discussion goes, but we'll fill you in on that as we get that information. Rodeo Grounds Pump Station replacement, Stewart Street Tank 3. I did get revised layout drawings from RBF back on July 19th, and I have to package that into coastal development permit applications. So that fell behind a week or two, but that's on me right now, so I have to get caught up on that in the next day or two. The long-term water supply project is the work with the Army Corps. On that, I did review a real rough draft administrative memo that pretty much outlined all the workshops that took place in 2012, and they're using that memo to help address questions that were raised by the environmental consultant up to a point. The environmental consultant raised some very detailed questions to the technical team, and they're waiting on answers. And part of that is related to a need for additional hydraulic modeling possibly, and we're trying to work on an arrangement where maybe the CCSD would consider contracting directly for that extra work to make the EIR, EIS more thorough and more defensible, depending on which way it goes on the preferred alternative selection. So that you'll hear more of in the future, in the next month's report. Lastly, there were 3 remodel reviews that we completed during this period of time. I do report on the water levels now. I didn't do a PowerPoint on the charts that are in your packet, although I did give the one new chart to Jesse in the back. I don't know if we can get that on the overhead projector or not, but I don't see it on there, Jesse, if there's a way to wake it up. So there we go. There's the new chart that's in your packet. That's the one that is replacing or at least summarizing the old spaghetti. I called it the spaghetti chart last time. And this is more a statistically based analysis where we took all the different years for the San Simeon well levels, and the kind of the whisker bars of each month, you'll see the max and the minimum levels for the San Simeon wells by those top and bottom narrow bars. And then there's kind of a cross-hatched area and a solid bar in the middle, and that line between them is the average for each month. And then the bottom of the solid bar is the 25th percentile of all the readings, and the top of the crosshatch bar is the 75% percentile for all the readings. Lastly, that solid bar, the kind of one that has a little bit of zigzag to it, are the 2013 levels for this year. So you can kind of do a quick snapshot from this one chart now, as opposed to trying to interpret all the many different colored charts. But some people still prefer the colored charts because they want to know specifically which year were you at this level, and you can go back to that chart if you want to go through that kind of busy chart that's a little bit hard on the eyes at times. So that is the new chart for this month, and the other kind of summary data as of August 15th, and this is going back to the last page on page 26, the Santa Rosa well level at SR4 was 50.77 feet above sea level, and the average for the San Simeon wells was 5.74. So the San Simeon wells have dropped, which is typical, although we are below the 25th percentile for this time of year when you compare it to the past years. Santa Rosa is still in relatively good shape, but we haven't been running that pump very often. And we're letting it rest at the moment. We're working with Alpha Electric still on some of the controller automation. And we did notice that the well WBE, which is a Windsor Bridge monitoring well east, was at 2.95. So we stopped pumping because the permit has 3.00, even though the well is 2 miles away. It may not be influencing that very much, but the permit does say 3.0. We stopped it. Right now, I think as of yesterday, it was at a little bit over 3.1, so the well was able to run again. So we watch that very closely. So that pretty much summarizes the well levels, unless you have a specific question you'd like me to elaborate on.
Okay, let's hear from Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to address just two aspects quickly of the water and the points bank questions. You received in the email today, and you can print it out later if you'd like to use it, my document asking, how's Cambria doing on the water use efficiency plan? And I use CCSD data to do this. And according to the general manager and the administrative assistant, as administration officer, we have 8,872 points in our nice bank. And if you multiply that by 1.47, and then by 31 days in July, you should get how many gallons we used in July, or didn't use, because these are points in the retrofit bank. And so according to the data, we should not have used 1.27 acre feet in the month of July, because we have issued all these retrofit rebate points. That in the well production chart, which you also have in your agenda, it indicates that the production went up from June to July from at 5.2 acre feet. Now, production isn't use, I grant this, but on the other hand, we have no other data from CCSD basically on a regular basis indicating anything correlating with demand. So we'll use that. So the production was actually then 6.5 acre feet in July, more than we would have had in the water use efficiency plan had it been working, because what you do is take the acre feet that should have been saved, and you add the increase that was there on the production. So something's not right with the water use efficiency plan effectiveness. We are not reducing our use. We are not reducing at least the production. Something has to be looked at. Yesterday evening, I watched the CBS News, a segment titled, "Pandas Threatened by China's Booming Economy." It was produced at the Chengdu research base of the giant panda breeding program in China. And Sarah Bexwell, the director of the conservation education program there at the panda breeding base, said that celebrating every panda birth is good, but it also makes their job there at the base harder, quote, because people tend to think that the problem is solved if the births keep happening. Humans really think that we can fix everything with technology, end quote. The reporter, Seth Doan, then said, Bexell warns that the panda's natural habitat, bamboo-filled alpine forests in China, continues to be destroyed to build the roads and factories that feed the world's desire for cheap goods manufactured here in China, end quote. And then Bexell said, the hard battle now is changing human behavior. But if we can't, two more paragraphs, sir, but if we can't change human behavior, all of this was a waste of time. And when the segment was over, I asked my sister where the goods were from CCSD, and I went and checked. Aha, guess where they're made? They're made in China. And then I said to myself, from the Niagara Conservation Company thought, I don't feel comfortable using technology given to us by CCSD and made in China that's supposed to make it possible to conserve without changing human behavior. That understanding of conservation is so narrow, as if local were the only way our consumerism and use of natural resources played into the picture. But local isn't the only way. As Bexell said, humans really think they can fix everything with technology. That is one of the biggest problems facing us today in Cambria and around the world. So I close by saying, I'm returning the technology to you, Cambria Community Services Board, as a sign of my commitment to the well-being of pandas and the whole planet, including human beings. Using only 1.5 units of water a month already, I want to improve. I want to improve my behavior and try to do my best at conservation. I'll leave this here for you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. Next, we have Richard Hawley.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Hawley. I live here in Cambria. And I just want two comments here. One is that it was a pleasure working with the CCSD on the manhole issue in Santa Rosa, in Strawberry Canyon. Very cooperative. We found a great solution to a really needed problem that needed to be addressed. And my philosophy on that is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And last time there was a problem in there was a bulldozer. And we stopped that as soon as we could. But this is a much better approach, and it was a pleasure dealing with the district on this. The second thing I'd like to make a comment on is Mr. Gresham's report on Santa Rosa Creek, that we're in pretty good shape there. Anytime you're below the 3-foot level that your permit is required that you keep, you're flirting with a disaster. That is there for a reason. And by the way, as far as I'm concerned, it's too low. It should be up to 4 feet. So you are already, in my estimation, in a crisis mode. But that's there for a reason. One of them is seawater intrusion. I don't care if the well level is 100 feet at the high school. If you're below 3 feet at the mouth of Santa Rosa Creek, you're dealing with potential seawater intrusion. And that would just foul up everything for you and for the environment also. And when you get below 4 feet, actually you're drying up the creek in the lower reach. So you're already in violation of the Federal Endangered Species Act. So Santa Rosa Creek is not in that good a shape. Don't be misled just because your well level is at 50 feet at SR4. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Finally, we have Tina Dickerson.
Tina Dickerson, Cambria. Can you hear me? Okay. No, there seems to be a problem, and the green light is on. So, that's good now? Okay. A couple of things from the general manager's report. First of all, I do want to thank you very much for all the work that ProPipe is doing and cleaning out. I understand from actually a former director, it's been 43 years since this has been done. And I can believe it from the stench I mentioned at last month's meeting from Windsor and Highway 1. It's really amazing. On the Conservation Committee, I find it actually quite amazing that there are folks in this room, the previous speaker, myself, who have done an outstanding job of conserving. We don't have to, but we choose to as a way of life to help protect this planet. But have we or anyone in this community ever been asked for our input on how to conserve? Never. Never. We've been talking about this for years, long before you guys just started retrofit and whatever, long before that. And I really find that disturbing, that you can't even come to the people who really have exhibited an astounding numbers, really, in saving water in this town. But, well, there we go again. It's CCSD. Realtors. Of course, realtors are going to be very complimentary to you at this point in time when you're about to issue intent to serve letters. Why wouldn't they be? That's more money in the bank for them. So, of course, they're being very complimentary and working with you. Makes perfect sense. Another issue that came up at last month's meeting, Director Robinette, you mentioned, why don't we look at rainfall? Has anybody looked at it? I certainly have. I think my husband and I have a binder now. It was very hard to find rainfall for the last 10 years, but we did. And I'm working on that, back to 10 years. I think that's critical to these numbers. I find that this chart on, I think this is page 24, 25, the spaghetti chart, 22 is it? It's not numbered, so, okay. I find this extremely helpful. I don't really need this to be simplified. You've gone ahead and done that. I find that this is not a problem to read. It certainly is quite indicative of where we are now as we make this downward trend. Where are we now? About 5.5 feet above sea level. And the information that I got from Mr. Gresham's, the questions I posed to you, has the 2007, the report that I received, has that been updated at all from what you received from the, let's see, I think it was from the State Quality Resources Board? Has that been updated from the recommendations they gave you?
Could you finish your statement, Ms. Dickinson, then
Well,
ask
I'm just
Mr.
asking the question if anything had been updated from what I received.
Please finish your statement, then we'll ask Mr. Gresham if he can respond to the question.
Okay, all right. Well, all I'm saying is I think we have a very, very serious problem. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this one out. And I'll have more to say later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. Mr. Gresham, any comment on Ms. Dickinson's question?
Yeah, I think this is related to a public records request that was filled out and responded to recently, and there were questions related to the existing permit condition from the State Water Resource Control Board for both the San Simeon Creek diversion and the Santa Rosa Creek diversion, and I think that specifically was related to what was defined as the dry season. And that has remained as stated in that 2007 diversion permit, which was when the Palmer Flats gauging station stops flowing up until the end of September. And I think we were limited to 370 acre-feet maximum that we can divert from that period. The Santa Rosa Creek diversion, which is a different permit, it may not be 2007, had fixed dates, I think from May to the end of September, which was 260 acre-feet maximum diversion. So they're worded slightly different. And I think that was part of the information we sent back. So, okay. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. Ms. Dickinson, please, you've had your time.
I just want to get this
Sorry,
clarified.
I should divert back to the board president.
I'm talking about the letter of November 2007, re-hydraulic gradient clarification. They have water discharge requirements. They're talking about those requirements, and I'm wondering, has the CCSD rectified what they are advising here?
That's the process we follow, is what, that
Because
was a letter that augmented the waste discharge order for the wastewater treatment plant, and there was a permit on that issued in 2001, and then it was revised and clarified in that 2007 letter, and that's what the wastewater plant operators follow.
Yeah, it says, our review of your letter and our files indicate the changes in hydraulic gradient requirements made to order 01-100 are in error. Consequently, please apply previous requirements of order 93-24, which states, so I want to know, did you respond to them? That's what I'm trying to get at here, of the disposal of waste. This was the
Again, that's part of the waste discharge order that our wastewater operators abide by. So that was a letter that clarified an existing permit condition and revised it slightly, and that's pretty much what they follow. So as far as rectifying, no, that's part of an operating practice that they follow.
Okay. I mean, I take time, I spend money to get this, and I'm still not getting an answer to my question. You guys should be concerned about it, too.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson.
Okay.
Director Rice.
Thank you. Thank you for the reports. I very much appreciate the new chart. Thank you very much on getting that. I know it's still being
I don't know, what did you say, still being worked on to get it to be a little more well understood. And I appreciate that the general manager is going to try and add to the well level and rainfall and tides that information that shows up in the Cambrian. One of the other things that I would like to see, because our problem with not having enough water is primarily because of our limitations in the dry season. This is one of our well production sheets from, you can just see at the bottom here where there's lines that are highlighted. They used to, this is from 2009, they used to highlight which months were actually the dry months. So it made it easy to see, because the dry month, it's what they consider the dry season is variable. It makes it easier for us as directors and for the public to see really where our limitations lie, because it is primarily a problem that we have in the dry season. And since it's variable, if you don't know when the dry season is, you don't know when to count from for our limits. I would really like to see something like that included on the website. Thank you for working on the website. Maybe we could get I don't know, everybody's probably been to a website where they get a little pop-up thing that says, would you like to provide feedback for our website? Maybe we could have something like that, or even just a little spot on the front page that makes it easy for people to contact if they find an error or if they have something they'd like to suggest regarding the website. I don't know how much resources we have to be able to dedicate to that kind of thing, but it might be nice if you do want public feedback to make it easy for people who are on the website to provide that kind of feedback.
Okay. Moving to, thank you, Mr. Gruber, Mr. Gresham. Moving to,
I have a comment.
okay, Director Robinette.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to thank you too for the report, and I too do love the spaghetti chart with the colors, and of course the way that we begin to love it is when it might disappear, because now we don't want to let it go. But I think that the idea, and it was mentioned that it would be good to have the rain for each of those years too. So if we could add that in, and I know every time we add things it gets busier, but on the other hand, if we really do have a historical look at both of the creeks, and we know how much rain how much rain we did have during that season, it would be, I think, helpful. And we have the acre foot, and that is good. And then the other thing that's just interesting to me is there ever a way, we see how much we used, an acre foot. Do we ever have any way to possibly predict or have an idea how much acre foot that is not set aside for other purposes up the creek and other things, how many acre foot actually was available to us in that year? And the reason I ask for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's important to see, are we getting really close to what was even there? We can see that on certainly the dry seasons like we have now. But I think too, and many people from the audience have brought up, that one of the things we'd like to do is start, and I think I certainly and everyone would agree, and it was mentioned again today, that we also want to start when we can, this big idea of there's still water that I'd like to know how much we could have stored. Because I think it'd be interesting to see each year how much we've continued for years looking for a solution to some way to store water or do something, just to have the figure.
Sure. I'll catch a couple of points that came up, I think, between you and Director Rice here, if you let me stray a little bit. I do want to get the rainfall data on there, and we have a gauge at well SS1, but unfortunately it was all manually entered and scanned data, so it wasn't something you just pop into a spreadsheet and have to go through years and years of monthly reports to get that into a spreadsheet form, so I just ran out of time in doing that for this. But hopefully we'll get there so we can have that on top of that same statistical graph so you can look at that real quickly. So I haven't forgotten about that. Also, the spaghetti graph, I wasn't planning on making that go away. I was going to just use this one to summarize it so you'll have both of them. You know, you can look at the statistical one, because I think there was a question raised at the last meeting about, I'd like to see more, like what was maybe the bottom or top 5, I can't remember. I put it in percentile instead, but I know there was a comment, so we're trying to be responsive to that earlier comment with that chart. And then as far as the supply goes on that, the Army Corps consultant is looking pretty closely at the past records, and there's a 1998 USGS report that does a pretty nice job of summarizing what's coming down the creek versus the amount of rainfall each year for both San Simeon and Santa Rosa. So they're looking at that to look at, how much water is actually going out to sea with certain rainfall totals for a particular year. And you can look at that to say, okay, of the 1,230 acre feet that we have appropriated total per year, what's the difference between that and what we actually have to pump that year? And you take that difference, and that was part of the concept for the Whale Rock storage alternative. You may recall we were going to take that winter flow and then pump it into Whale Rock and store it, and then pull that out during the summer months. So we are looking at that closely. As far as how I digest all that and put it on a graph, I don't know right now, but I'm just giving you my random thoughts on and responding to your question. I hope I've hit on a few points, but.
No, I think that's excellent, and I think you're continuing to be very responsive to different data points that we're asking to still incorporate into one graph, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Director Cliff, then Director Berger.
And I think having rainfall statistics is okay, but I think the reality is that rainfall in October is important because it brings our well levels back up, and rainfall in March is very important, February, March, because it sets up the seal. So the fact that we might have 20 inches of rain, it may be more important as to when those 20 inches actually occur. And I think people need to realize that you just can't say, well, we had 20 inches of rain last year, so therefore everything's fine. If we had all 20 inches of that in January, there'd be a real problem. But if we get a good rains in February, March, those years have been very good years for us throughout the summer. But so I just want to caution the fact that a rainfall statistic by itself may not necessarily be indicative of whether that year has a long drop-off period.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Cliff, but additionally, Bob, if you already know that the consultant has all of this data and they're working on it, maybe we shouldn't reinvent the wheel. Maybe on Monday you shouldn't hand enter a bunch of data. Perhaps you can ask the consultant if they have it or what position they're in. They might have the answer for us. I was going to suggest the ad hoc committee, but now that we're discussing the item, I can. I think everybody's talking about in our packet, page 25, which talks about the water production. And then we haven't even heard from Bartles and Wells yet, but on page 92 in your packet is the water use. And if you had those two, if you had the production and the use and rainfall, that's really what you want, is the combination of the three. So perhaps the people doing the study have already done that to figure out how much water we're going to send up to Whale Rock. That would be wonderful. If not, I think it would be a worthwhile exercise to do.
Okay, thank you. Committee and member reports. Anyone? Director Rice, do you have a report?
I do. I have a couple of reports. I attended the North Coast Advisory Council meeting last night, and there were a couple of projects on the agenda that they reviewed, and the similar to the prior month, the Land Use Committee, it doesn't want to be recommending that there be any building, but they are still reviewing the projects and giving recommendations to the county to do that. They had a discussion on whether or not the NCAC would be taking a position regarding the intent to serve letters and making recommendations to relative to the county regarding that issue. They did vote that the council as a whole does not support the issuance of intent to serve letters, and then there was a brief discussion that they don't advise the CCSD, that they advise the county, and that they need to be looking at what those issues are at the county level. There was some suggestion that they might take a position on the GMO and that sort of thing. It was quite an interesting discussion. They also had an informational item on the Cambria Pines Lodge Christmas Village permit, and there seems to be some ongoing concerns regarding that particular, in the Christmas Village over there by the lodge, and they are going to have they're going to have a site visit with the project person on the 29th of this month, and you can contact Claudia, who's the chair, or me, if you'd like to know more about that site visit. They're going to look at that, and then they'll be making a recommendation on that particular permit next month. There seems to be a lot of interest in it. They also had a discussion about what Bernadine had spoken about the trash cans and keeping the town clean, and the importance of making sure that we have a town that we're proud of, not just our personal homes, but our downtown looking nice. If you want a more detailed discussion of anything that happened at NCAC, I'm willing to speak to you on a one-to-one basis. Please feel free to give me a call. I'm glad to report out it was a 3-hour meeting, so there's lots of details that were discussed. I also attended the Forest Committee the previous week. The Forest Committee is moving forward with a project to try and essentially catalog sites where when replacement trees need to be planted for mitigation because of either building or somebody had to take one down for for whatever reason. And they would like to be working closely with the CCSD, that maybe the CCSD has some lots that are appropriate within the Monterey Pine Forest, because some of the PG&E trees got planted outside what would be technically considered the Cambria Pine Forest, which is not terribly useful in terms of actual mitigation for our forest here if they're being planted outside of the habitat that they're supposed to be replacing trees in. So they're going to be working on that closely, and hopefully that we can have either Carlos or the general manager can figure out how we can interface with the Forest Committee to try and help them. They're trying to identify sites where they can plant trees, and so that's kind of what's going on with them right now. And I think it's important that we keep in mind that part of what we need to be doing, according to the North Coast Area Plan, is working on our forest management plan. And right now there's no funding for it from anyone, and it would be nice if we kind of tried to figure out a way to do that, since it's something that we're supposed to be doing, whether or not we have building or additional new permits or not. I think it's an important thing to look at, because we like living in a forest. That's why most of us live here. We like living in a place with nice, healthy trees. So it would be good if you need any further information on who to contact on that. I'm glad to provide that. One last thing, several months ago, somebody came to the meeting and spoke about the need for, and possibly the possibility of, installing a public shower. I thought there was some general consensus by the board that maybe we should be looking into that, and I haven't heard anything else. When I spoke to her recently, she asked, "So, what's up with the shower?" I said, "I don't know, I'll ask at the meeting." So here I am asking at the meeting.
Thank you, Director Rice. I think it's important to remember that NCAC is a committee that reports to Councilman Gibson. He funds the committee with $1,500 of county funds to maintain the committee, and so they report to him on issues that pertain to items under his purview. And individual members of NCAC, by and large, aren't elected. And so they represent themselves and their views, and do not necessarily represent the views of other folks in Cambria.
I do agree. I was just reporting what the activity that happened at the NCAC.
I understand. I spent eight years with NCAC, so I understand it well. Dr. Berenger?
Yeah, I'd like to pile on a little bit, and I hope it's not, it concerns the trash cans. And when I heard just today that you might be thinking about 3 to 6 months, I don't want to jeopardize a grant. I really don't. But if we get the grant money, could we just use it to repay what we have already paid and move forward and buy the darn things? I don't want to jeopardize the grant. I'm sorry, don't take this off the tape. But
I don't know the conditions of the grant, but I could find out.
yeah, I mean, because maybe they can just, we can give them an invoice that we've prepaid because we should move forward on that project. And also, once we get a count, if we can get the cigarette butt thing, put those out where they're recommended.
Generally with grants, say, expenditures have to be within the grant period. So if they were to predate the grant contract, something like that might be allowable, but I doubt that it would be if you bought things, outside the terms of the contract. But we could always check. Anyone else?
Mr. Cliff, do you have a water ad hoc report that you'd like to talk about, or?
I do if you don't want to make the.
No, there's a couple of things I'm thinking about. We were discussing just before we started, there was an idea that really wasn't ad hoc, but anyway, it was between you and me.
Go ahead.
Well, you were talking about the fact that the county has a well at the Leffingwell landing, and I.
Yeah, but that, of course, wasn't part of any of the ad hoc committee.
Right.
Committee thing. I'll just report that the Water Alternative Ad hoc Committee is continuing to seek where we're going to go in the long term. We're continuing to try to get more information from the Corps of Engineers or Army Corps, whatever they are. Is entertaining some requests from them that Mr. Gresham's talked to about where we might be able to do something to supplement and expedite activities. And so I suppose over the next month we'll discuss those and then bring back some kind of a thing to you, because it probably would require us to expend some of our own money that we're trying to determine whether that would be credited against us as matching shares or not, or there's a few technicalities that just have to be worked out, and it simply takes time to go through these agencies and get the words and things. We did discuss this well level situation on SR4 having like a 51-foot head level, and out of that came some suggestions to consult with a hydrologist to see if there is real relationships between those, or is the monitoring well being affected by other things. And so that'll be an ongoing thing, too.
Good, and I'd like to add just a couple of things. We did speak with Lois Capps' office and reemphasized our desire to have WERDA and keep Cambria in the plan. There's $7 million hanging there. We've already matched the funds, so we don't have to spend an additional dollar in order to get that $7 million. We'd like to have it applied to whatever project we might have, so that'll give us a jump start on a alternative water supply, which is paramount, regardless of what we're doing here as far as code changes. An additional water supply is the focus, and we're trying to get that done. So we were very encouraged that there are some people that are supporting us, especially Lois Capps' office. We also planned a potential visit to the Army Corps to make sure that we're up on their priority list and that we do get that study in January as we're expecting.
Okay, if there are no other member reports, I'd like to take at this point a 10-minute break before we go to the consent agenda. We'll reconvene at 2:35. Director Robinette, if you would, Director Clift, can we get started?
Please join us.
Okay, thank you very much. We're ready to begin again. Moving to the consent agenda. And Mr. Hirsch, you indicated we could make that ministerial change to the minutes without pulling it.
I think what would be appropriate is if Board Member Rice could indicate the change that she's requesting, and then the motion to approve the consent calendar would be to approve the minutes with that change, and except for item C, 7C, which is being pulled for separate discussion.
Okay, Director Rice, do you want to?
Yes, it's just a small change on page 41. After discussion and reviewing the meeting again, Karen Dean, somebody who spoke at the last meeting. Justine, do you need to get to the page 41? Karen Dean, she's misquoted as saying, if we do nothing to conserve, why can't we save the water for catastrophic event? That doesn't make any sense. What she said actually was, why can't we save what we're saving? Why can't we store what we're saving through conservation in case of catastrophic event?
Okay, so
That's
with that modification.
Did you get that? Okay, thank you.
Then would you like to move the consent agenda with the exception of item C?
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda is approved. Item C is pulled and is before us at this time. Mr. Gruber?
Thank you, President Thompson and Board. Item 7C is consider extension of intent to serve letter of Pacific Western Bank, applicant APN number 024191062. The recommendation from staff, it was based on the letter the request that we did receive from the applicant. So it was consistent with that. Staff really doesn't have necessarily a position on this. But it does say the recommendation that staff's recommendation that the Board of Directors approve a 36-month extension of a 16 EDU multifamily resident intent to serve letter for Pacific Western Bank with conditions that there be significant progress or completion of the project prior to November 25th, 2016 in order to be eligible for the additional extension, and that the project shall be subject to meetings and all the current plumbing standard codes for the CCSD code. A little bit of history on this. The intent to serve letter was originally issued in 1997. The CCSD Board of Directors has approved 8 prior extensions from 1999 until present. The most recent extension was issued in 2008 via special agreement that allowed for a 5-year extension period, as set forth in the attached letter from the applicant. They are requesting a hardship waiver of the requirements in Section 8.04.080E3 based upon the history of the property and other factors related to the real estate market and their efforts to sell the property for development. The section permits the board to grant such waivers upon showing by the applicant that the time extension is necessary and the failure to comply with the requirements of the section is the result of circumstances outside of their control, including but not limited to financial hardships. foreclosure of the property and acquisition by the lender, or any similar facts and circumstances. The applicant has also submitted additional documents in support of their request relating to the effort to develop their property. These documents total approximately 335 pages and have been provided to the board under separate cover. So we didn't put it in your board package because you would have had a 45-pound board package. The copy of the additional document is also available for public review at the district office. District Council has a little bit of a background on this also. Courtney and Monique wrote this staff report, but I'm pretty well familiar with it, so if there's any questions I can ask. We do have the applicant here also who's been patiently waiting for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and be more than happy to address the board on any questions that you may have.
Okay, Director Rice, you pulled this, as did I believe, and I think we both have concerns with it, but first let's hear from Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
And also, can we hear from the attorney, our attorney, if he has some positions on this?
Right, okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Elizabeth Bettenhausen from Cambria. I wanted to speak to this only because I'm immensely curious to see what you do with it. And I'm immensely curious because 1997 was quite a while ago. I remember when I lived in Boston, I did an article on the relationship between the bank on the corner and the falling of my bathroom ceiling. And sequentially, one bank went into foreclosure and the next one was bought up by another bank, and the ceiling kept dropping until we came to a conclusion that we could not rely on the bank to assist us in maintenance of the ceiling. That's metaphorically pertinent to this before you, but I'm not sure how. I am sure that pertinent also is this map. The Kingston Bay
map, I think.
project adjoins the property that you are now going to talk about. I think that the Fresno company is not impoverished. They might well be interested in what you're going to do today with this property. And as you know from reading your agenda carefully, there are 16 EDUs here. But if you look at this whole map of Green Street, Londonderry, it is a very interesting map of multifamily residential zoning. And I hope that you take that into account and the possibilities for use of such zoning when you look at the adjoining properties of Kingsley and this project before you. Frankly, I think that the big crisis that hit us over the past few years economically in the United States was somewhat relevant to how banks acted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen, and since the applicant has been with us for 2.5 hours, I think we should have him make his presentation so we have a full understanding as to what his circumstances are before we take action. So, sir, could you identify yourself and your affiliation?
My name is Paul White. I work at Pacific Western Bank and here on behalf of them. Appreciate you giving me some time. We all know this project's been, or this has been on the books for quite a while. The bank, San Luis Trust Bank was the original institution that foreclosed on this property back in 2008 in October. And you can see from the letter that I included with the application extension request. The board granted a 5-year extension, as Mr. Gruber alluded to. And San Luis Trust Bank immediately began working on entitlement, trying to get the project moving along, all while marketing the property. Then in 2011, First California Bank, well, actually this OTS closed, San Luis Trust Bank and First California Bank acquired it through receivership. Their intention was to try and quickly sell the property, and efforts were made and offers had been made and never came to fruition to close escrow to really put it in the hands of a developer who's going to finish the project. Banks typically don't complete projects such as this. Most recently in June, May 31st, Pacific Western Bank acquired First California Bank. And so here we are. The bank is now have someone on board to purchase the property. It's in escrow, but contingent on the ability for someone to come forward and finish the project if the extension is granted. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer for you.
Okay, and Mr. Hirsch, you had some comments also to offer on this?
Actually, no, I'm prepared to respond to any questions.
All right, Director Rice?
The first question I have is of you. I'm sorry, Mr. White, you said?
Yes.
Looking at the agreement from the 2008 extension for the 5-year extension in 2008 on page, looks like 2 of the agreement, but it's page 53 in our agenda packet. Number 4 says that the parties agree the bank shall use reasonable diligence in processing the project, and the bank shall, commencing May 26, 2009, submit semi-annual reports to the district, setting forth the status of the project, and commencing November 26, 2011, should the district board find, based on substantial evidence, the bank has not used reasonable diligence, et cetera. My question to you is, when I asked the general manager if we'd gotten any of these reports submitted, he said he didn't know of any. Has the current bank submitted any progress reports?
Not, Pacific Western just acquired in June, and no, there's been no progress reports, just this application to extend.
And there's no active permit on this right now, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
But you do have a buyer who's saying if we can get the extension that they would do it? Is that what you were saying?
The buyer's intentions are to develop the property. So to what extent, I'm not, I don't know.
You said earlier that it was an escrow. Is it an escrow or?
Yeah, we just entered escrow yesterday. Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
Chairman? You said you just ended escrow or just?
Entered.
Entered. And I'll just start with the escrow then and work backwards. They want 2 conditions, don't they? What do they want? They want just the extension for another 3 years?
They want us to work with the board to obtain an extension.
Yeah, and that's all?
Are there any other conditions? Just normal contingencies.
No, so just the extension, so then that's fine. So it wouldn't have a wait list number. It wouldn't have an intent to serve letter.
I'm not sure I understand. It already.
Right, right. An extension that would include, I know that, it would include the intent to serve letter.
Yeah, I mean, we're selling it with the intent to serve, assuming it's extended.
So you want to sell it with the intent to serve letter? Okay.
Yeah.
During the time that you had this over the last 5 years, what was your purpose at that point? Was it just to sell the property or to develop it?
All of the bank's intention, all 3 of the bank's intentions are to sell the property. As I mentioned before, banks typically don't develop property. San Luis Trust Bank engaged, trying to comply with the requests from the CCSD that, there be improvements made in progressing on the project.
If their purpose was to sell the property all along, why did they accept the intent to serve letter? Because that's then to begin the development process.
I think the loss of the intent to serve would significantly devalue the property.
Yes, it would.
I think it should be clarified that this was really the Lindsay property. Lindsay was not running around. He was working hard to try and get the property developed, had been getting multiple extensions from the CCSD. The bank then foreclosed on the property because he would, for whatever reason. So the bank now is holding this property fully ready to be developed, and now they're they might have another buyer and that will need to, in fact, finish this project if we put the proper conditions on it, and it'll be developed. So it's not a new intent to serve. It goes back to 1997, I think.
97.
And if Mr. Lindsay were here, he would still be, if he had the resources, he would still be trying to develop the property, I think. So,
Sorry, and you can
yeah.
see from the application, he's actually filed a suit against the CCSD and named the bank as a party of interest. So now we have caught a title issue where there's a lis pendens on our property, which makes it difficult to sell, and the buyer is willing to accept it subject to that lis pendens. So.
Director Rice?
I don't know how the rest of the board feels about it. I think that this settlement agreement and mutual release that was provided to us, as well as some of the 335 pages that were submitted to us by the bank to attempt to get an extension on this, they haven't met some of the conditions in this agreement. There hasn't been an active permit submitted to the county since, at the very latest, if you want to count the one that was applied for and then canceled, 2010, maybe in June 2010. And they haven't submitted reports to the district about the progress. This is the first that we're really even hearing of it. And there was supposed to be reports, and it doesn't appear that there were ever any. If this is, and as a bigger picture, if we're going to look at issuing intent to serve letters, I certainly don't want to be having intent to serve letters that have infinite extensions. Just because you have one and you can just ask for an extension, then we're going to have, everybody's going to want to have property that has an intent to serve letter on it, and then just sit on it until it increases in value.
And
we don't have any assurances that there will be a permit filed on this if there's a new owner. I'm inclined, I believe if we don't give the extension, that the intent to serve letter would expire and they would go onto the multifamily wait list. Is that correct? Yes? They would go, so it's not like it's removing it entirely from I mean, they would be able to apply again once they got up, they'd go onto the list, so it's not like they're a property that then is not on any list.
And that's something I was looking at too, that they have had 11 extensions on the history of the property. And so if we don't give an extension, you're right, it would go back and whoever buys it would still be in the same position. They're not going to lose their number.
Well, they're not on the wait list right now. They would probably go on the end of the wait list.
These are intent to serve letters that are attached to this property already. It's not like they're going to be sold. It's attached to the property. It requires a permit, and they need to move forward. And I have sympathy with the fact that there's a paragraph in a document that was probably buried administratively, overlooked. The banks never wanted to do anything with this property, and from my observation of Mr. Lindsay's requests to this board over the years, early years that I was watching the board, he's very difficult, or he provided a lot of difficult excuses, et cetera, and so for those extensions, maybe we can call some blame, but as far as an administrative error on the bank, I don't think we need to penalize them.
I don't think it constitutes a hardship, though.
Well, it's a hardship in the fact that they were unable to sell the product, mainly because the person that was, if I look at this properly, I think there are a couple of lots in the middle of this that Mr. Lindsay administratively failed to be foreclosed on. So I think he's not making it easy for anybody to do anything, and for somebody to buy the property with a pending litigation, I think that they feel that they can overcome some malfeasance there. So it's not like it goes on number one on the wait list and then some decades down the line they're going to get another opportunity for them. This was this is a grandfathered meter, essentially. And it can't move off the property, which makes me feel good about it. It doesn't seem to enrich anyone other than perhaps, or actually penalize the guy that buys this thing. And just as a small point, at the end of the day, that'll be $320,000 worth of connection fees we're going to be able to acquire. It's not a small point.
Well, Mr. Berenger, I think when I read the timeline that was provided by Pacific Western Bank, they indicated that one of the two pending issues was not just the fact that the letter of intent was nearing termination, but also the expected but unknown increase in water connection fees. And I would not be surprised one iota if the item that's on our agenda as numbered 9A, 8B, with respect to connection fees is going to have this proposed buyer have second thoughts.
But that's up for the,
But beyond that, I have really trouble with this convoluted timeline that we've had 4 different banks involved. It brings up painful recollections to me of an SBA loan that I had for earthquake repairs that I got in probably 1997, whatever the earthquake was, which has been sold 3 or 4 different times to a number of lending institutions, and each time it sells, it gets harder and harder to find a live person to deal with. And it just gets kicked to the bottom of the pile, and there are so many issues with these properties that I'm hard-pressed to feel sorry for the banks that are involved in this paper chase, frankly. Director Rice, any further?
I make a motion if it's in order.
Director, well, okay.
I don't know.
We have the item before us, and so you pushed, and so.
Okay, I move we do not grant an extension to this intent to serve for APN 24.191.062 for 16 EDU multifamily residential.
Do we have a second on the motion?
I second it.
Discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I'd like to just.
Dr. Clift?
When one bank takes over another bank, and especially a failed bank, you expect certain losses, right? And what you're doing is coming here and asking us to try to mitigate your potential loss. That's what I perceive you're doing.
Yeah, the bank's already lost
Well,
several million on this already, but yes.
Yeah,
We're trying to mitigate
Or
against
or
further
you're
loss.
trying to mitigate the loss on the thing. And what we have seen on this, not understanding that the problems with Lindsay in all of this created some problems for San Luis Trust in the original amount. I'm having a problem figuring out why we should simply go on and on and on these intent to serve letters that are just hanging out there. Rather than passing this motion, I would like to ask, we've got 3 months before the intent to serve runs out. Now, it's very suspicious to me for you to throw something into escrow yesterday. And are we simply biting off another extension that ties up intent to serve letters for people who might have the use of them for the benefit of this community rather than the use of them as a speculator? Because that's my perception of you is that you're in the category of a speculator at this time because you have no intention of actually constructing anything there. Your intention is to preserve your capital or increase your capital because of the, if we go out 3 years and the economy improves and things like that. So I'm having some philosophical problems. I had that in a previous thing, and I still am wondering whether it is our duty to buck up the bank. And I would say that I would rather take no action today, because it'll run out on the 25th of November anyhow. And see
It's August, I think, isn't it?
What?
No,
No, oh, November, okay, okay. I agree, yeah, it was my error,
25th of when?
November.
Yeah, that's what I saw. And there's still 3 meetings of our board before that period of time. And also, like you say, there'll be a difference in what the rate is. But if I'm not for taking action to extend. I would not vote today to extend
Right.
the thing. But I'm wondering if between the next month or so, I don't know if there's there hasn't been any substantial activity when and I was on the board when this decision was made, with the threats of lawsuits and all kinds of things. There were attorneys standing out here in the room making deals, and the board having coffee while everybody was trying to make a deal in the middle of the room to keep the lawsuits down. But since that point in time, there's been multiple bank owners, and nothing has been done, and I'm just wondering if we're going to catch another bank owner in a period of time. Now, I can understand that it's a hardship to you, but in the world of business, you buy some hardships every once in a while, and I don't disagree with Director Rice's comments that says that if somebody buys this property, it's zoned, the county has it zoned for multiple family, and that they can't come back in and we could consider intent to serve letter under the commercial.
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in just a little bit. I'm moving very closely to Mr. Cliff's position. If we do nothing, we could table this for a little bit. We also could condition it quite strongly, either now or the next time we consider it. After today, if somebody knows what connection fees are and they know the tenuousness of the letters, and perhaps one thing that if I did have an extension, I would support the fact that the county would have to give a letter to us within a short period of time that they would approve a permit of some time. Because once a permit is there, I feel much better than everybody marches along, or we could put some conditions on it.
Yeah, I too would not be opposed to saying something like you can have a 6 months, or you can have, I don't care if you have 20 years extension, but within 6 months, if you haven't got an approved permit or got the work into the county, you don't have an owner and a project underway, we cut it off.
Like we should be on all.
And yes, and I'm going to
Right.
argue that about
Right.
as all of these extensions come up,
Right.
where somebody is basically just I have a difference between the motel down on Moonstone who's working and doing the work and providing an extension to that party, but providing an extension to parties who are simply holding the property for profit. I'm just not very,
Well, Director Clift, I think there's something to be said for buying a pig in a poke, and I think that's perhaps what Pacific Western did here. I mean, they bought, besides the bank, they bought all the bad paper that went with it, including this one item here. And whether or not they did due diligence, I don't know. But Mr. Hirsch, if we deny the extension request today, and the proponent comes back in November with a new request based upon documentation, not just it went into escrow yesterday, and based upon a whole different set of circumstances. Can we reconsider it in November?
I don't see why the board couldn't deny it with the express indication that it's not with prejudice to resubmitting a new extension request to be considered prior to the expiration in November.
Then I would ask if the maker and the second the motion would,
I don't have a problem with that, amending the motion to say that there's no prejudice to reapply for the extension as long as it was before the November deadline and they had some kind of permit ready to submit to the county or have been submitted to the county.
I agree with that. Well, first of all, as a second,
What I'm understanding is that we would deny this today, but they could come back before November
the action.
25th if they had something to present.
Right, because we're not revoking it, we're just saying we weren't not going to give an extension, so it's still good through November 25th and, correct, am I correct, is that?
That's what he's saying. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Could you restate the motion, because Director Rice specifically mentioned the word permit, and it's probably unrealistic to think that they're going to have a permit.
she said deny. In her motion,
Okay.
she says we're denying the
let
extension.
Director Rice
Okay.
restate her motion.
Yeah.
I moved that we deny the extension and then made an amendment to that, that if they would like to, without prejudice, that's what Dr. Hirsch, and that's what Mr. Hirsch said, without prejudice, so they could apply before we're not revoking it.
Right. In looking at the language in the code section, it does provide that applications for extensions are to be submitted 30 days before the expiration, which gets them to October in any case. They certainly could resubmit on that basis, and tonight's action could be couched in terms of expressly acknowledging that resubmittal is permitted. And it's without prejudice in that regard.
And I would second that.
Are you clear now? Is that clear? Okay.
Any further discussions on the
Yeah,
motion?
I'd like to,
Director
just
Berger?
because it's the only time we're going to be talking here, at least, as a group here, I would encourage the applicant or I would encourage the board to realize that even though there was a paragraph that was missed as far as doing reports, which I think is appropriate and we should enforce, that the applicant very likely was looking at the end date, and they are timely in trying to get that extension. They were probably just looking at a date and not the details. So I don't think that they should be held in prejudice on that one paragraph, or in whatever. And I do think that the applicant should come with paperwork such that if, in fact, it falls out of escrow and maybe they might have a backup offer, we aren't going to allow a shifting of this for a long time. And if we do provide an extension, the buyer should know that it's going to come with some restrictions as far as having active work. With that, I'm in favor.
Okay, Director Clift, anything else? No. All right. Madam Clerk, do you want to take the vote, please?
Yeah. Roll call, President Michael Thompson?
Yeah, I'm last.
Oh. Amanda Rice?
Yes.
Jim Berenger?
Yes.
Gail Robinette?
Yes.
Merle Clift?
Yes.
And yes.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, moving to item 8A. Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, President Thompson. Item 8A before you is to conduct a public hearing to consider approving the appropriation limits for fiscal year 2013-2014 and adopt Resolution 2013, establishing the appropriation limits for the CCSD. Staff is recommending that we conduct a public hearing to approve the appropriation limits for 2013 and 2014, and then adopt the resolution to establish the appropriation limits for the same year, and direct staff to submit the resolution to the San Luis Obispo County Audit Controller. The fiscal impact, there is no fiscal impact if the CCSD is below the calculated limit, which we are, which is the situation. However, the annual appropriation limit calculation is still required, and if the CCSD were over the limit, it would result in a general fund revenue or an increase in general fund expenditures. And this is something that we bring to the board every year. So we'll have to open the public hearing and receive any comments if there is.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. I have no cards to speak on this item, so we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion.
I would move we adopt Resolution 34-2013, establishing the CCSD appropriation limit for fiscal year 2013-2014, and direct staff to submit the resolution to SLO County Auditor Controller.
I'll second that motion.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion is approved.
Geez,
Item 8B, Mr. Gerber.
Thank you, President Thompson and board members. Item 8B before the board today is a public hearing to consider adoption of Resolution 35-2013, amending the CCSD fee schedule to provide for revised fees to connection to water and sewer systems. We have Alex Handler with us today. Staff has worked with Alex about for the last year or so, and he's been waiting patiently. And you do have a copy of the what's being proposed today in front of you. And then Alex has a brief PowerPoint presentation that he would like to go over with the board. The board has a copy of that PowerPoint presentation in front of you. And really, it just kind of talks about the methodology that was used to come up with the fees. And if that would be okay with the board president, I would ask that Alex come forward at this time and start with his PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber. Mr. Handler, if you'd like to take the podium. You might want to put Mrs. Bettenhausen's
Give it back to you.
Thank you.
We will.
Oops, I've already goofed this up somehow. Well, thank you for allowing me to come here. I'm just going to try to quickly walk through our presentation. I know you've got some other key issues. No, this doesn't. There we go. That you're going to cover. I'm going to try to walk through it relatively quickly, so if I miss anything, if you have any questions, any clarifications, please cut me off and fire away. For this presentation, I'm going to quickly go over the background of our study, why we're doing it, what the goals are, kind of highlight the key methodology that we used and what the recommendations are, show how you compare against some other regional agencies out there with the water and sewer capacity fees, and open it up for questions at the end. But for background, just to make sure we're all on the same page, what are capacity fees? These are the one-time fees that new connections to the water sewer system have to pay for their share of capacity in system infrastructure. Typically, they're paid with new connections, but they're also applicable if you have an existing facility, for example, a single-family home that's being redeveloped into a larger facility. They should have to pay their incremental increase in capacity needs. Historically, this district calls these fees connection fees, which is a pretty common term used throughout the industry, but the government code calls these terms capacity fees. So that's the word we've used in our report and in this presentation. So why are we doing this? Well, number one, the fees haven't been updated in a very long time. Staff has done some research, and it's probably been about 25 years since the last significant fee update. So we're coming through, trying to rebuild the fees from scratch to make sure you're recovering what you're entitled to recover and that the fees are fair, equitable, and legal. Just to give a little context, your current fees For water, for a new equivalent dwelling unit, is the kind of the unit that you use, which represents the demand of a single-family home. A new home pays a water connection fee of $3,255, and on the sewer side, it's $2,170. As you'll see in a little bit, these are the lowest combined fees for a number of regional agencies that we looked at. Key criteria, we want to make sure that the new fees are recovering the full costs for the facilities that the district and the existing ratepayers are entitled to. Want to make sure that the fees are fair to the developers as well. You're not over-collecting. They're only buying in for their share of capacity. We want to make sure that the fees are based on industry standard methodology. We're not going out on a limb here to try to come up with something new to make the fee artificially high or low. And obviously, the fees need to comply with government code, and that's what this slide briefly highlights in the report. I included the key sections of government code in the appendices, if anybody wants to read the details, but basically, water and sewer capacity fees were established by the Mitigation Fee Act, people know it as AB 1600. There's a section in there, 66013, that specifically governs water and sewer capacity fees as opposed to other types of development impact fees. And some of the key provisions are, one, the fee cannot exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service for which the fee is imposed. The code goes on to say you can recover costs for existing or future facilities that provide benefit to the new connection. The capacity fees have to be segregated from other funds. You can't collect these fees from developers and use them for operations, for example. The government code is not that extensive. It doesn't get into specifying how these fees have to be calculated. So if you look at a lot of fees out there, there's really a wide range of methodologies that are used, and we want to use something industry standard that you'd feel would be defensible if you ever got sued for such a thing. A little side note here, you do have a build-out reduction program. I know that's kind of an issue that's been discussed at the board meetings before. At this stage of the game, our proposed water and sewer capacity fees do not include cost recovery for this build-out reduction program for purchasing lots. Our recommendation at this stage is that would require additional legal review and policy direction from the board and from staff. But the adoption of water and sewer capacity fees today does not preclude you from adopting a fee to recover costs for build-out reduction program at any time in the future. Now to get into kind of the methodology of what we're proposing, we looked at different fee approaches, and we ended up doing something pretty standard, which is kind of an average cost approach, which essentially takes the total cost of facilities, including existing facilities and future facilities that will provide benefit for growth, dividing those total costs by the total capacity that the system's going to be serving, the water system or the sewer system. The existing assets, to be a little conservative, we took your fixed asset depreciation schedule. We included 90% of the value of existing assets brought into current dollars. Sewer capacity fee, I'll just add a side note, we did back out facilities that were funded by a prior assessment district a number of years ago and the associated grants and contributions that came with that to make sure people weren't double counting. So that's the existing facilities, 90% of those. Plus, we included future facilities that will provide benefit for growth, and those include projects from your capital improvement program that, number one, are exclusively for expansion, and also, number two, projects that are benefiting all the customers in providing for operational efficiencies. What we did not include was the cost of repairs and replacements to make sure there's no double counting of existing facilities and future facilities to make sure that new folks don't have to double pay. The second stage was identifying the build-out capacity that the water and sewer systems are going to serve. For the water system, we have a very good document in the 2010 Urban Water Management Plan. So we use numbers out of there to kind of come up with a future water system capacity. For the sewer system, what we were assuming was 4,650 existing and future residential dwelling units based on the San Luis Obispo North Coast Area Plan, plus we included an estimate of non-residential sewer EDUs, kind of based on the current proportion of residential, of non-residential to residential, projecting that out for your future growth. So by dividing the total cost by its total capacity, that derives a unit cost, for example, per gallon per day or per EDU on the sewer side, and that then gets applied to the capacity needs of a new equivalent dwelling unit. And again, we try to be reasonable and fair, maybe a little on the conservative side. For water, one equivalent dwelling unit is defined as the calculation of 2.2 people per home, which is based on historical census data, a reasonable estimate, times 105 gallons per capita per day, which is the district's 2020 conservation target. And of that, we only included 75% of that demand. Why 75%? Because that 105 gallon per capita per day includes non-residential demand as well, so we backed out 25% for that. So it works out that a typical single-family home is going to be using roughly 173 gallons per day, about 700 cubic feet per month, which is a little on the low side, but not unlike other communities that are in similar situations that you are. On the sewer side, everything was done in EDUs, so we didn't need to come up with some calculation. Non-residential connections, they are going to pay fees based on their capacity needs in the system. For example, if you have a multifamily unit, the district comes up with a calculation of how many EDUs that facility would represent and make sure they pay in for their fair share of capacity. These next couple slides kind of walk through the mathematics of it. 90% of your existing water system assets worked out to be about $38 million. You add in the CIP projects that are going to benefit the entire system in growth. That's about $17 million. We exclude the replacement costs to come up with total recoverable costs of about $55 million. Divide that by the total water capacity through build-out that this system is projected to serve, comes up with a fee of $73 and change per gallon per day. Multiply that by the 173 gallons per day demand of a typical single-family home. The fee works out to be $12,688, significantly higher than your current fee, but that's based on the fully defensible numbers that we're seeing here. Same methodology was used on the sewer side to come up with a fee of about $7,161. This is for folks within the Cambria Assessment District Number 2, which is most of the entire district, to make sure that these folks, the fee that's included here backs out the costs that were funded by that assessment district and the associated grants and contributions that came with it. We also calculated a fee for the very few properties that are outside of that assessment district and maybe future properties that may be annexed into the district in the future, and that fee's a little higher because it doesn't back out the fees that the assessment district folks paid in for. Works out to be a fee of a little over $9,300 per EDU or single-family home. So how do your fees compare to the other agencies out there? Every agency always wants to know this. From my perspective, it's almost irrelevant because your fees have got to be based on your situation to recover your costs. But everyone always wants to know. This is the water fee. Your current fee, highlighted in red on the left, is one of the lower fees out there. You can see there's a huge range in fees from a little over $1,000 to over $24,000. Proposed, your fee is going to be in the upper middle range if enacted. Similar situation on the sewer side. Your sewer fee is currently the lowest of the regional agencies that we surveyed. Your proposed fee is going to be in the upper middle range. And when you put them both together, because that's really the impact for a new connection, you can see that your current combined water and sewer capacity fees are the lowest of these agencies that we surveyed. The proposed fees are going to be in the upper middle range.
Mr. Handler, before you leave that chart, just out of curiosity, why is it or how is it that the Templeton fee is that much greater? What are the factors that would go into causing that fee to be $30,000?
I don't want to be claim to be an expert on what their fee is based on. It's predominantly their water fee that's a lot higher, so maybe they have a much higher projected cost for some future water supply facilities. I'm not really sure what the details are there, but we could find out and relay the information back through staff. In addition to the fee recommendations, we also had some other kind of more generic recommendations for how you deal with the capacity fees. One thing I always like to remind agencies of, you only can use the fee for the purpose for which it was collected. So in the ordinance, there's kind of a broad explanation that the fee can recover costs for existing and future facilities that benefit growth. So obviously the fees can be used for expansion-related CIP projects because those directly benefit growth. Because a large portion of your fee is also recovering costs for the existing infrastructure that's already in the ground, that portion of the fees can be used for capital projects that benefit the entire system. So that's something agencies are sometimes wary to do, but that's a recommendation we always make. So just keep that in mind. Some other recommendations, obviously the fees should be paid up front as a condition of redevelopment, a condition of development. However, we've seen a number of agencies get in trouble where someone pays a fee and the agency gives them permanent rights to connect to the system whenever they feel like. So developers have kind of swooped in and purchased 200 units before the fees go up. So we recommend that never be the case here, that the fees should be applicable for a specific set period of time. Typically, we see 1 to 2 years out there, and if they haven't completed their project within that time frame, they're subject to any increase in fees to make sure they're not skating by for many years without having to fund the new projects. Redevelopment projects, I already mentioned this, they should not be assessed the entire fee for their project, only for the incremental increase in demand is what we typically recommend. And another thing is we always recommend to agencies keep the authority to determine the appropriate meter size. Agencies have gotten into various problems when the developer sometimes puts in a meter that's too small or too large for the appropriate building that they're making. In the future, we don't recommend going another 25 years before updating the fees. So one thing we always recommend agencies do is you can always keep the fees updated annually by the change in the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index, which is a commonly used method of keeping the fees based on construction cost inflation to make sure they're reasonably up to date. Also, we recommend that agencies, independently take a look at the fee, roughly once every 5 years or so, just to make sure the fees are still applicable. But of course, if you find something in the intervening years, for example, you realize you have to build a new wastewater treatment plant, at that point in time, then you can always update the fees accordingly to make sure they continue to be appropriate and recover the adequate costs. So this is a picture my daughter chose to put at the end of the presentation. So I'll leave it there and open it up to questions, discussion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Handler. Good presentation. Before I bring it to the board, we have some requests for public comments. So if you could have a seat, we'll hear the comment and then we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. First, we have Crosby Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz, I'm sorry. You provided a written comment. Did you want to read that, enter it in the record, or
Crosby Schwartz, thank you, Mr. President. I'll read it just because members out here haven't seen it.
Okay.
This is just a related comment to the what was previously discussed about the build-out reduction fees not being included. I'll just read my comment. Bartlewell's report states that the build-out reduction fees on new connections specified in the CCSD Water Master Plan are not included in their new capacity fee recommendations. We urge the CCSD to revise the build-out reduction program to reflect current projected BRP costs and fees before approving any new connections. If a number of new connections are approved without the BRP fees, then later connections will have to pay more to make up the lost revenue. That's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Karen Dean.
Good afternoon, Karen Dean from Cambria. I'm not quite clear on a couple of points in this plan. It says it does not include replacement costs. as far as what these connection fees are for. How are we going to pay for repairs and replacing sections of the infrastructure that needs to be done if it's not included in this connection fee? Like the pipe that broke up on Weymouth, you know, if we have more problems like that, is that cost not included in this connection fee? And is this connection fee intended to cover all of our infrastructure costs, or are we as existing property owners fairly going to share in the cost of maintaining our infrastructure, however that ends up needing to be done? Also, I believe that your plans say that intent to serve new connections will not add any additional strain to our infrastructure because they are supposed to be offset by the retrofit program, that they're supposed to save about double the amount they're going to use, so they're not actually going to add to the strain on the infrastructure. I'm just not clear on all of this, so if you can explain, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Well, some of those questions kind of move forward to one of the later issues, but we'll when Mr. Handler gets back up, we'll see what comments he has, and perhaps Mr. Gruber can also respond to some of those questions. Next, we have Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Elizabeth Bettenhausen from Cambria. And I do want to thank the daughter for their photo of the snowy plover. They are doing well at San Simeon Creek and elsewhere, and it's an excellent photo, whoever took it. I have 3 quick questions. I too have a question about the build-out reduction plan. I would wonder when you anticipate having on your CCSD agenda the legal and policy decisions that need to be made, according to the gentleman from Bartle Wells, about this program in regard to moving ahead with any issuing new intent to serve letters, because we don't have a build-out reduction program in action right now, and it is construed so far, anyhow, as essential to new intent to serve letters. So that's very confusing or unclear. Point number 2, I ask again, because I read some Kafka last night, and I forgot to bring it along, but where people sort of keep drinking from the same pot and over and over and over again of the lemonade or whatever, and eventually it just becomes part of the ritual. So now I'm not going to drink from your lemonade pot without saying, I ask my ritual question. Why do you continue to use an EDU as 12 units instead of the actual residential use average, which is down at 8-something? I've brought it up before, I bring it up again, but you continue to do this, and I'm sure that Bartle Wells is not at issue here. It's the, why does CCSD always give that number when you know that it's not, according to the ordinance that you work with and the bylaws, it's not an actual statement of residential use. So look at it again, please. And finally, if you turn to page 85 of your agenda, page 13 of the Bartle Wells study, which, by the way, I think it's excellent. I love math. And this, whoever wrote this, maybe the daughter, actually, with that kind of perceptual clarity, it is excellent. But I point out here on page 85, 13 of the Bartle Wells study, the second big paragraph, use of capacity fee revenues, and I read the first sentence. Capacity fee revenues derive from the portion of each fee used to recover costs for future capital improvement projects should be deposited into a segregated fund and used to help fund those capital projects which exclude costs allocated to repairs and replacements. So I know repairs and replacements are covered, but this segregated fund is supposed to cover, and as I just read. In the resolution that you are asked to adopt today, there's no mention of that. And it's unclear in your resolution whether you are adopting every good proposal in Bartle Wells or just the fees, which I think is probably what you mean. So I would suggest that you've got 2 major issues on your pending agendas for the coming months, and that is, what are you going to do about build-out reduction, and what are you going to do about setting up a segregated fund that will receive part of these fees, and what proportion I don't know, because otherwise, we're going to have budget messes in the near future, that is within the next 29 years, I suppose, in CCSD deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. And finally, we have Richard Hawley.
My name is Richard Hawley, and I live here in Cambria, and I'm very pleased to see that the board is tackling a fee increase. I think it's well past due. But I have a couple of issues with the otherwise great presentation, and thank you so much for that. I think the 2.2 people per household is pretty low. I think it's higher than that. And I don't know where that number came from, but I know there was a lot of debate when we were doing the North Coast Area Plan that it could be as high as 2.6. So I need to understand why 2.2 was chosen. Some other issues, I certainly agree with Elizabeth Bettenhausen about the EDU confusion. It's always been confusing to everyone in town. Everyone knows it. It's confusing. I don't think, personally, you guys even understand it. So I would take her advice. It's pretty good. The other thing about the BRP, the North Coast Area Plan and the Coastal Commission was pretty clear on the build-out reduction plan and how if you're going to actually start increasing building, you're going to have to mitigate, and that was the way they wanted it to mitigate. And by excluding it from this otherwise great document, you're not going to go anywhere with it. The other thing is when he brought up the issue of potential annexing into Cambria. Hypothetical. Well, it's in there. I mean, so I'm not sure where that came from, but it raises a flag to me. The community passed a Measure C, I think it was, that eliminates that potential of annexing more land into Cambria based on desal and new water projects. New water can't go out of Cambria. And the other thing that I see missing in this otherwise great thing is you haven't talked about the forest management plan, and that's definitely tied right into the build-out reduction program. That needs to be funded. And lastly, your sewer plant. Taking out a major infrastructure like that that's going to be, in my opinion, be replaced somewhere in a different location, just like Morro Bay is faced with now because of sea level rise. It's in a bad location, things change. That's going to be an expensive project, and I don't know where the money's going to come from for that, but there's a lot of infrastructure problems that this community has deferred maintenance on, and I think the fees ought to be pretty clear on how that's restricted funds, how some of that money is going to get diced up. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Handler, if you could, again, take the podium, and if you have any, I know you're writing feverishly, if you have any comments to some of the public comments that were made, please.
Sure, I'll try to address them quickly. You could tell me to pipe down if I'm saying too much, but I guess the first comment had to do with why not BRP, the Build-Out Reduction Program, costs included in this. This is the study for water and sewer capacity fees that are governed by the government code. The projects funded by the BRPs, the land purchases and stuff, my understanding is a little bit of a legal reach to include those in these fees. However, there are other types of fees that the district can potentially adopt to recover those costs. You do have Parks and Recreation Authority, something like a Parks and Recreation open space fee that potentially could be a good avenue for pursuing this, but it's in terms of recovering it from water and sewer fees, didn't seem to be the best, most defensible place to put those costs. Why aren't replacement costs included in our study? I think that was one of the second comment, part of that. We didn't want to include buying in for the existing assets and the replacement of those same assets, so there's a double counting there. So the fee does recover costs for all the existing assets. A portion of the fees can be used to help fund replacement of those assets. So these fees aren't precluded from helping to fund replacements. But we didn't want to double count existing and replacement. I see a note here about, yeah, the water offset program does mitigate, I guess the demand offset program that you have, water reduction program, new connections do have to offset the amount of water that they need. That's true, but they still should be buying in for their proportional share of all the facilities that are needed to supply them with water, the distribution system, the wells, the storage tanks, et cetera. So that's why everything's included. In terms of keeping the fees segregated, I think was a third comment. My understanding is you already do this, but it is part of the code. I always reemphasize that because occasionally I work with an agency that's not familiar with all the details of the government code. Then there was a comment about, yeah, EDUs are confusing. You know, there's a lot of definitions out there for different types of EDUs, but basically it represents the demand of a typical single-family home. It's just a kind of a common unit that's used throughout the industry. A lot of other agencies use this as well. And all it means is, you know, a new single-family home, whether the demand is, you know, 12 units, 5 units, 8 units. When we did our calculations on the water side, you know, roughly an EDU was 173 gallons per day, which was only about 7 HCF per month for a typical new connection. So that's all we were making the new folks pay in for, not the 12 units that may be common to some other communities out there where there's a lot of outdoor water use. On the sewer side, it's typically your system's going to serve, you know, so many homes and so much commercial, and the costs that are going to be recovered are going to be divided by that number of equivalent dwelling units, residential and commercial. So it's just a unit that gets used. And where I think it gets in a little more detail is when there is a non-residential connection or something that's not a standard single-family home, the district does a fair determination to try to figure out what are the capacity needs of that new building so that they can pay in for their fair share. There was a comment about 2.2 people per home. That's based on the historical census data. Certainly some homes may have more people, some have less. Someone may move into a home, they may have a family of 5 now, but in 10 years down the line, there's only 1 person. But we needed some kind of reasonable, defensible number to use in our study. So it was kind of agreed we'd rely on that historical census data as a number that could really be defended if push came to shove. Annexation won't happen. Well, that's fine. I mean, who knows what's going to happen 50, 100 years down the line. I was just really making a point that, you know, folks who are outside the existing assessment district are not going to get the benefit of having their fees reduced by the payments that were made from folks who are in the sewer assessment district. Forest management plan, that's another issue that's kind of outside the purview of water and sewer capacity fees, but it's certainly something the district could look at in the future. And I think the gentleman was right. If you have to redo your sewer plant and put it someplace else, that would be a significantly expensive project. And at a time when you knew you had to do this and you had some costs identified, that would be a good time to review your fee and make sure you were recovering everything that you should be recovering. So that's, I think I covered most of the comments there. I'll defer to the board president for.
Thank you, Mr. Handler. I'll just ask staff if they have anything further to add before bringing it back to the board.
Just 2 items. You know, we'll clearly delineate within the budget and the associated documents when that money is received and how it goes out. That's a simple accounting. A portion of this, luckily, and I'm happy that it can be used for existing infrastructure because we know that it needs to be repaired. But I don't think that it's going to be sufficient to cover the things that we've addressed, especially from the CIP. So that'll have to be something else that we'll have to talk about from a policy standpoint and how those future needs will have to be met. So,
And the BRP?
The BRP, Build-Out Reduction Program, as stated by Alex, that nexus it was very difficult to establish a nexus between this capacity fee study and the Build-Out Reduction Program. I would like to acknowledge everybody that worked on that, and that still is a very legitimate study. The question right now before the board, or at least future from a policy standpoint, is just how we fund that. And you know, through a parks recreation open space assessment, things like that. that's more of a viable alternative for funding something like that, as opposed to trying to justify it through connection fees.
Director Rice and Director Robinette.
A couple of questions, just looking at the EDUs. My brain is not mathematically inclined, however, my husband is an expert in statistics and numbers, and so I asked him to review this because I was having trouble with the current demand EDUs not matching our current number of residential connections, which seems like it should. And it seems to me, correct me if I'm wrong, based on the conversation that he and I had about the numbers here, the number of current EDUs that you began with has to do with it's actually based on billing data. So it isn't that kind of 12 that's out there theoretically. You actually base this number on billing data, which is why there's a difference, correct?
I believe so, yeah. We looked at to come up with what, the non-residential EDUs are. And another thing I just want to make a point, the only reason we have existing and future is because we had been looking at different ways of calculating the fee. At the end of the day, the fees that are being recommended here, it's just based on that future capacity build-out. So it almost doesn't matter what your existing EDU count is. We know what it's supposed to be in the future from the Urban Water Management Plan and from the, I guess, the North Coast.
Because the number you use is the future demand EDUs. So, okay, so I think that accounts for that concern that was raised regarding the EDUs, that they were actually calculated in that way. The other question I have is about projected residential EDUs on the sewer side. It's my understanding we do not have the same number of sewer connections that we have at residential. There are some that are not connected to sewer, but we're still using the 4650. Does that mean we're going to try and pick those folks up in the sewer? I mean, I'm just trying to understand why that number wouldn't be a different number since we have a different number.
That's a good question, and I think at the time when we did this, we didn't know that the 4650 included some folks who are not necessarily going to be connecting to your sewer system. By the same token, we also had to make an estimate of commercial, so we're trying to come up with a reasonable number. But we talked about this offline with your district engineer, and I made a calculation. For example, if there were 18 single-family homes, for example, that are not going to be connecting to the sewer, had we run our same model to come up with what the fee would be, it'd only be $25 difference. It's a small number when you look at the over 5,000 total EDUs. And again, there's a lot of reasonable assumptions built into everything. What's the cost of a future capital project? How many future commercial connections might there be? So at the end of the day, I think the fees we have, if anything, they're maybe a little on the conservative side, because if you have less connections, it would make the fee, $25 higher or even more. But
And then my last question, I'm sorry, is it looks like that there's a 2025 date that kind of closes this in, but we're not going to be at our final build out we've got the CIP program that's a certain length of time that we're covering, and there's some other dates in there. Does that make a difference, the fact that we won't get to the final number of build out?
You're right. Who knows when the growth is going to occur? But I don't think that makes a difference for the fee calculation. We try to incorporate what we know now to be the costs of the system for serving growth, roughly up to that level.
Okay.
As reasonably estimated as can be at the current time. But maybe it takes 50 years.
So the length of time, it wouldn't really change the way the calculations were? The length of time that it takes us to get to there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Director Robinette?
Thank you. I had just a couple of questions. The first one is the build-out reduction. I did work on that committee, and Bill is in the audience too. Raise your hand. We worked together. At any rate, we were very much a cross-section of Cambria. We worked for months, every week, about 3 hours. each week on this, and we were directed to come up with, the 4,650 had already been set. Then there were approximately, I'm not sure because I haven't looked at this for a long time, there's still like 700 or 800 buildable sites, and buildable sites is a very key word. And the intent had been then that with the wait list, there would be a fee to begin to, for those people that own those buildable sites that do not have a number, that they could have an option to sell it to CSD. Now, the money was to come from the wait list. Is it actually in statute that that's an illegal fee?
I don't believe there's any statute that says that that's an illegal fee. I will defer to your attorney on this one.
The issue is basically making the connection, the nexus, if you will, given the fact that the statute says that the fees cannot exceed the estimated reasonable cost of providing the service for which the fee is being imposed. And in this instance, it's difficult to justify or make that nexus for a program that would buy lots to reduce demand, if you will, especially in relation to the new interim issuance of intent to serve letter program that the board is moving toward, given the fact that those new intent to serve letters are predicated upon those properties offsetting their water use. So it's difficult to see how you make that nexus or that connection. There certainly are legal issues associated with creating a connection fee that would include that kind of program at this time anyway. That's not to say that there aren't other things that can't be looked at to come up with some kind of funding mechanism for the build-out reduction program. There has been in the past, from what I've read, suggestions about looking at some kind of special assessment district for parks and recreation purposes, open space that could be explored further. So those are the kind of things that can be looked at. But in the context of this particular fee at this particular point in time, it becomes difficult given the statutory language in the government code that specifies what you can take into consideration in establishing this fee.
Okay, so because our direction had been, of course, at that time as a committee was, in fact, to come up with a fee and to identify the lots that were buildable sites and to attach it to the wait list. And then it has come to light that probably that's not defensible, that there's not a nexus for the things that could be legally charged to new connections, people that are just building. Okay, that's an interesting one. The people that still have buildable sites, I really don't know what their plans are. They do have options, I know that. They could buy a house that's just pretty much in a tear-down condition, and then there's no gain because they take the house down, they make it open space, they move the connection that was already there. So they could do that. They could buy a wait list number. There will always be circumstances that cause people to need to sell their numbers. They could, well, they used to be able to give it to the San Luis Obispo Land Conservancy, probably not at this point. So I was just curious about it because we talk about it, and I just want to make sure that people do understand that it's actually that we can't defend putting it on the wait list. That's why it's no longer there. Amanda?
Can I ask, was my understanding from reading the report, which, by the way, I also would like to compliment you, this is one of the most easy to read and well put together, well explained. The data is there. It was a joy actually to read in comparison to some of the other things I've read recently, like federal congressional stuff, but that's easy to beat. So it was actually very good. I think one of the things that I read was we could still put a fee for people who want to have a new connection it just can't be that's a BRP fee. It just can't be included in what we are calling the capacity fee. So we could, correct me if I'm wrong, but we could set, you have to pay a capacity fee, but then you also have to pay a BRP fee, or whatever we decide to call it. Is that, I don't know if that's, maybe I read something that's not there.
I don't think that's really correct.
Okay.
One of the things that's problematic, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but what's generally problematic is that in California, there are a number of things that have been put into place that creates limitations on public agencies when it comes to fees on new development. You have, and other fees. Water fees are subject to Prop 218, and it has a list of requirements that fees have to meet. And when it comes to new development and various exactions, there's this statutory scheme that Alex referred to, that folks refer to as AB 1600. It's this what's also called the Mitigation Fee Act, and it creates the requirement that you have a connection, a nexus, when you have a fee, and justify it based upon the needs being created by the new project and being proportional and things like that. That's so you couldn't just have a separate fee that says new development, you have to offset or pay money that's going to be used to reduce demand and so on.
Unless people who already lived here had been chipping in for a BRP already or something.
Yeah, and the law goes on to talk about how those fees that are in excess of those kind of requirements that you can justify are considered to be special taxes and subject to a 2/3 vote. So that's something that I guess could be considered as well as other mechanisms such as, again, an open space district or something like that. But it gets complicated because of the various restrictions, and even assessment districts have certain requirements that under Prop 218 limit how those can be imposed in terms of special benefits. So everything has gotten very complicated when it comes to having exactions and fees on new development. And again, in this instance, analyzing what could be achieved in terms of a capacity charge, a connection fee, given what the statute says, it's problematic, especially in relation to, again, this short-term interim issuance of intent to serve letters where projects are required to offset all of their fees. So how, in that sense, do you also assess them some additional charge to reduce water demand where they're already offsetting all of their water demand, and as we understand it, by a 1.7 to 1 ratio based upon the Madaus methodology that's been created.
So it sounds like it's going to be much harder to find funding for the BRP without actually asking the community to agree with that plan.
This is exactly what I was looking at, because we do have the finite 4,650 now, and we don't know how long that will take, a while, I'm sure, but what happens with the other lots, because part of the work was to identify those buildable sites. We know the sites that can't be built on already, but to keep and ensure in this community that we would have open space that proportionately for the community, and the amount that would equal for open space was really pretty impressive. So I think it's a conversation we have to come back to and look at how can we do it. It's as long as it's finite, it's still just where you're moving around on the checkerboard. But if people choose to never build there, what are they going to do with their property? It still has to be figured out.
Director Clift has been waiting patiently, so.
I don't have any questions. I do echo Director Rice's report, statement about your report. I found it to be very professional and easy to read, and some of them spend half the time telling me everything that I already know, like where's the location of Cambria. And I get very suspicious that they're not just throwing computer junk at me, so I do that. I have some discussion I'd like to participate in later, but I don't have any additional questions.
As do I. I thought it was an excellent report, but I don't have any questions for you.
Okay, no further discussion.
There is further discussion, right? In other words, I wanted to weigh in a little bit on it, you know.
Should we have a motion?
Oh, yeah, do
We
we
would
need
need
a
a
motion?
motion to accept the report, and then also the resolution as,
Well, I think that as part of the discussion, and BRP has come up many times, I tend to think that the board in the past had just accepted the report. The BRP hasn't been adopted by a board, it was accepted. And it's an excellent framework and an idea on a way to do it. It's clear now that we can't do a BRP in with the fees, so when that discussion comes, it's an excellent beginning, but I think there's more to it. There's some maybe errors of judgment, not judgment, excellent report, errors in detail or errors in approach on how to recover that fee. So and that's a part of a larger discussion. So rather than going into that, I do understand now how you could have fewer ED, we're requesting here in a few minutes, everybody to use less and less water. And yet we're taking a new guy that comes in, and now they're going to have to pay a fee for that increased demand. No, they're paying the fee to get into the sewer and water system that allows them to use less water just like everybody else does. So you know, our problem is going to be fees, but water fees. But other than that, and I'm also pretty sure that if someone wanted to come into the sewer plant, Lamert or wherever they aren't connected, they'd have to pay a fee to join the sewer, I'm assuming. And would that be a separate fee that we'd have to come up with?
It would be this one.
Maybe this one. If you're already in the water and you just now want to get the...
Yeah, I
Okay.
think one of the
All right.
proposals that was in here was that if you change the use of your property, you will pay the incremental fee for the change in the use. I think you gave the example of a single-family residence becomes a multifamily residence. Then if it becomes a 4-unit complex, you're going to have to add 3 additional charges because you've got, you know, adding on. Same way, the sewer, basically some of the areas of Lamert Estates have their own sewer system. So, and so if they wanted to join, they would have to, they probably would have, we would probably have to pay a lot more than that because they'd have to pay the connections and running the pipe and all that kind of stuff. You know?
And it's also understood that an alternative water supply, if we were to have identified one and identified the costs, we could also apply a portion of that to benefit any new user. So that would be another fee and another chunk.
and as Mr. Handler suggested, that we really need to look at these fees on a more frequent basis so that if there is a need to update that we take steps rather than waiting another 25 years.
And there is language in the resolution that provides that in addition to the fee, the applicant is responsible for paying all costs of making the physical connection.
Right.
To the water
So
and
that's
sewer
not,
system.
the physical connection isn't included in the capacity fee.
Right.
With that, could I suggest that the board accept the report and consider of adoption of ordinance, I'm making a motion here, and I move to consider of adoption of ordinance, is that right? 8B?
It's Resolution 35-2013.
Read it.
Yeah, and approve Resolution 35-2013, adopting a water capacity fee of $12,688 per equivalent dwelling unit and a sewer capacity fee of $7,161 per EDU for properties located within the boundaries of the Assessment District 2, or $9,330 per EDU for properties located outside the Assessment District 2, and provided that applicants shall be responsible for paying all costs of making physical connections to the CCSD's water and/or sewer system, and shall reimburse the CCSD any actual costs incurred by the district.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, I just had a revelation. I had several of the constituents had said, well, what is the fee going to be? Can you adopt that? Don't we have a chance to come in and, I'm thinking, you know, people that are on the list, that are saying, well, gee, you're just going to adopt a fee without us getting a chance to, once. Oh, this is the public hearing? So we adopt it next month?
No. Today.
Yeah, but they only knew about that 24 hours ago, or, you know, when the agenda came in. I'm sympathetic to,
You gonna vote against Joanne?
I'm not going to vote against it. Well, I'm not going to amend my motion. I made the motion.
Okay, we have
That's my
a
comment.
motion and a second.
You want to comment?
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Well, he-
I want to discuss a couple things.
Okay.
First of all, on the build-out reduction plan, I think that's a separate issue. I think we ought to probably form some kind of a group to take a look at the build-out reduction plan and the forest management plan and put together something that we can either come back at a later time if things change in the nexus, or if not, come back with some kind of a benefit fee that might be across the board to everyone. So what I didn't want to get involved with was build-out reduction plan be tied in with this, because what we're talking about here is fees. Let's get them done. If later on we need to change something, we can change something, but without jeopardizing putting something on that will cause us not to get the fees. I do think it's important that we lay out, once this is passed, that we do lay out specific rules as to where the money is set aside. Not just, okay, the government code says you have to keep this here and keep this there. I think for transparency to the community, we have to say, if 40% of what the new connection fee for water is to go to upgrades, we need to move that into a capital improvement fund that can be identified, the money going in, and can be identified, the money going out, type of thing. If 60% of it is for upgrades to the existing system, again, I think it should be in a capital improvement fund that does that, and so it's totally separated from operations, which should be funded by water, what we pay in our water rates, type of thing. Not meaning that some of our water rates shouldn't go into those capital appreciation funds also, but
Right.
but I think we should be very specific in setting these rules so that the public does know and can track that money is used in the appropriate way. You know, I understand the question back and forth about how many people live where. I did a quick number here on the short street I live on. It's 1.7 people per house. But it has been higher than that, and it has been lower than that, depending on whether kids left and went off to college, marriages, divorces, deaths, every reason in the world that the number has changed somewhat. So I can understand that you just got to use something to start with and work it out. With that, I'm more than prepared to do this, but I do want to make it clear that we ought to combine the concept of build-out reduction and forest management and deal with that as either a parks and open space recreation district, or whether we find some way to tack it on as a fee later on, that's fine. But I think we ought to combine those two programs together, because I think forest management works out to result of how do we manage the properties we're going to own if we have build-out reduction.
I agree with that, Director Cliff, and I also realize, and would like the public to realize, is that we can adopt a lower fee. We can't adopt a higher fee. But I think we have other challenges before us, and this fee, even though it's the highest one recommended, and we can adopt a lower one, I think it's an appropriate fee, and I support it.
There was one other thing, too, that I looked at when I was looking at this, is the capacity fees should be paid up front. And I had some discussion with the general manager and the attorney, because the question came to me from some people who are on the wait list is saying, do I have to pay that fee when an intent to serve letter is issued, or do I have to pay that fee when the connection is made? And the problem that we're going to face right now is that if we issue some intent to serve letters, those properties are not going to be built on for a minimum of a year, probably a year and a half from now. And is it fair to charge somebody that up front now, or is it fair to us to charge it up front and have to refund it if they don't get a permit? So,
Or they pay less than, I mean, or we have to increase it because of some reason why we need to
yeah,
increase the fee.
yeah,
and then they pay the
and
lower
if the
amount.
fee increases, and technically, if they don't get the connection for 2 years, and we say in here, we're going to increase the fee yearly by a automatic factor, we'd be losing out on what the actual fee is. So I think for as part of those rules, we should specifically state when a fee is due, and
It's actually addressed currently in the code. It's paid at the time of building permit. And that makes sense because the intent to serve letter has in the code numerous provisions that say it doesn't guarantee anything, it's revocable, et cetera, et cetera. And as you point out, they have a long process to go through. They could be subject to appeals and so on before they ever get to the point of actually being ready to physically connect to the system. And so it's addressed currently in the code, and it's at the time of
well,
building permit.
I think that's fine, because once you get a permit, you ought to pay the fee so that you don't just take a year or 2 years to do something. But I also think if we set up some rules relative to all these things, we ought to very clearly state it and not just have, oh, well, it was in the code. I'm just for, we're going to be stepping through some very tender areas here, and I think we need to go very far in terms of explaining everything that's going to be done.
When you go to the county and you pick up your permit, they make sure that you have the school fees paid.
Yeah.
And they won't give that to you. So we could have them be kind of like the last resort to make sure that if they don't have a stamp from the fact that we've received the fees, they won't issue the permit.
I have a quick question. I don't know if it's for Mr. Hirsch or not. If the community were to pass by 2/3 vote some kind of assessment on ourselves to cover a parks district for whatever, whether BRP plus forest management or whatever, let's just say somehow instantaneously that happened. And then would we be able to, so then the people down the road that would be paying, they would be paying the capacity fee, but they won't have been paying what we've been putting in, whatever that tax fee is that we pass to have everybody cover that cost. Can we recover what they would have been paying if they were connected? Does that question make any sense?
Well, they would have been paying it because they owe the property. If it's a partial tax.
Because if it's a partial, okay, thank you.
They
That's
would
all.
have been paying
Thank you.
it. They would have been paying it like anybody else
Thank you.
along the way.
Fantastic, thank you.
Mr. Gruber?
So as we go down this road, BRP is just a portion of it, and then you have the forest plan, which is a portion of it, and then you have the ranch, the Fiscalini Ranch.
Absolutely.
And so as you start putting it together, you're going to need a study. I hate to say that, but you're going to need to hire a consultant to do a study to establish a nexus, and then the ballot language is going to have to reflect that. So it's a process. But I would include, the Facilities and Resources Department in its entirety. Everything paid for in the ranch right now is general fund money. So, it would have to be well thought out, but we'd have to incorporate everything we want to incorporate.
Right.
And I think the forest plan is a good idea, but the forest is on the Fiscalini Ranch, so it would have to incorporate all that, and then you would have to determine what the cost to maintain all those would be, and then you would have to come up with a fee and an assessment based on that, and then the ballot language would have to be specific,
Well,
or
I'd like
special
to
tax.
I'd like to see that get in motion onto an agenda sometime soon. You rendered my question as a moot point, though. Thank you very much.
Which is another day. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll? Call the roll, please.
Director Rice,
Yes.
Director or Vice President Berenger,
Yes.
Director Robinette,
Yes.
Director Cliff,
Yes.
President Thompson.
Yes.
And hopefully that won't be a two-thirds vote, it'll be a 55% vote if that goes through.
That concludes item 8B. Thank you, Mr. Handler, for your good work and your presentation, and we hope you've enjoyed your stay in Cambria.
Thank you
And,
again for the good study.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. He's good.
Okay, we have one more item on the agenda. That is item 9A. Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, President Thompson and board members. Item 9A before you today is consideration of adoption ordinance 03-2013, amending the CSD municipal code to implement the interim issuance of intent to serve letters on the revised water conservation and retrofit program, and directing the district clerks to file a notice of exemption and adoption of the resolution 362013 establishing retrofit and lose fees. Staff recommendation is in front of you, and we've discussed this item before. And with that, I'll turn it over back to the president, or if district council wants to add anything to my comments.
Mr. Hirsch, anything to add?
Well, we of course presented this item at the last meeting along with the resolution that was previously adopted. The additional thing that's been added to it this time is the adoption of the in lieu fee, which is discussed in the staff report. And at this time, the recommendation is to establish it at the currently existing number of $50 per point, and subject to further study and evaluation as far as potentially increasing it beyond that.
Thank you. We have requests to speak on public comment. Take it from the top. Mr. Bob McDonald.
I'm going to say good evening because it seems like that, and I don't feel too like I've been doing this kind of thing lately, because I used to come here fairly often, but lately I haven't for 10 years or so. But I do feel better about it because I just opened up the CCSD website, and on the very first page, on the very first picture, I saw a picture of my wife. So that helps a lot. So I want to thank you for putting that picture in that particular spot. Actually, I just passed out what I call a historic document. When I heard about the intent to serve letters some months ago, why I went to my filing cabinet, or one of the filing cabinets, and I found this memo back from December 2002, which I had given to the county supervisors at that time, and was called the amount of water available in dry years. And I haven't heard anything about that by reading the newspaper, and maybe it's been around someplace, but it seems to me that is a very important concept that we need to hear about. And so I took a look at this, and it's exactly as I presented it at that time. And I just want to talk about one of these numbers because they're kind of all similar, and that's the way the time goes. But Dave Andrus was manager of the Community Services District back in 1995, and things were going on then in some senses like they are now. And he estimated that in a dry year, the amount of water available would be 500 acre-feet. So I thought that was an interesting number to refresh myself with. Other numbers along there were more or less the same. And I thought, conservation and 500 acre-feet and new shower heads, I didn't know if it would all add up. And I did just a few very simple calculations in my own mind when when I moved here in 1988, well, I moved out of a house from Southern California, and the toilet was probably a 6 or 7 gallon per flush toilet. When I got here and we managed to tear down a house and build a house, the toilet at that time in, that probably was 1989, was a 3.5 gallon toilet. And so just by moving, I did save quite a bit of water. Different places, but saved it. Then into vogue came the 1.6 gallon toilets. And that was interesting, and there was a very big push, a broad push by the CCSD at that time to retrofit and conserve water. And I'm afraid this push we're seeing now is so detailed, and I'm not sure it's going to be nearly as effective as the last one, because I think the low-hanging fruit has been picked, as the expression goes, and it's going to be very difficult to save more water. And yes, I know that instead of a 1.6, we can get a 1.28 gallon per flush toilet. And in fact, I have 2 of those in my house, and they're lovely toilets. And I thought, I don't know if this is really 1.28 gallons. And so I read the water meter very carefully and told my wife not to turn on any water any place, and I flushed it twice. I didn't do a real detailed check, but I flushed it twice. I found the water available with this one Kohler toilet, and I divided it by 2, the water used, and it turned out to be almost exactly 1.28 gallons. Then I did it with the second toilet, also a Kohler toilet, turned out to be essentially 1.28 gallons.
We had about 4 minutes, and we have others that want to speak.
Okay, how much time have I had?
About 4 minutes. So
I've had 4 minutes?
If you could conclude your comments.
Okay, I would like to recommend that we do not add intent to serve letters. More growth means more people dividing the 500 acre feet, and that's going to make less water for all of us, like 30% less water if we go with 730 acre feet right now.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Overdue.
Next, we have Mr. Bill Warren.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Warren, and my wife and I have lived on Lodge Hill now for over 25 years. And in that 25 years, or you could even go back 10 more years, 35 years, and say we haven't had 1 pint of additional water added to our supply in that time, yet we've increased the population substantially. It's been my understanding, and I thought all CCSD boards going back 2, 5, 10, 12 years ago were under the understanding that no new connections or intent to serve letters would be issued until we had a new permanent additional source of water. And we don't have that now. So I'm very much in favor of either having you do one or 2 things. Either postpone your vote on new connections, intent to serve letters, or vote not to do it, because it's very important to the 6,000 people that live here. You don't want to put their water supply at risk. And another thing, it's very difficult or impossible to look into the future and decide how much water we have or going to have and what the demand is going to be. It wouldn't take many residential fires or commercial buildings to catch fire, to use a lot more water, or for lightning to strike our forest. And most of the forest fires in the western states now are caused by lightning. That would use a lot of our limited supply. Another thing, trying to figure out what the environmental and what am I thinking about? The climatic conditions are going to be in a few years is nearly impossible to predict. It's getting drier and less rain, and hotter in the western states, and certainly here in California and Cambria. So you can't predict what that's going to do to our source. As far as the demand is concerned, we've got a lot of vacation rentals now, and we've got a huge number of extra homes, second homes, owned by people who don't even live here, and they may be occupied and using water a few times a year or a few weeks a year. It's not impossible that they could be here 100% of the time in the future. That would increase our demand substantially. So I'm very much in favor of not issuing any intent to serve letters or connections until we have what we thought was an understanding, a new, permanent, additional source of water supply, and we don't have that now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Next, we have Karen Dean.
Karen Dean. I have a couple of questions. On your growth management ordinance plan where you've done all those changes and you're talking about adopting it, I have noticed that there's one thing that you have changed. In the original growth management ordinance, or this, municipal code, it used to say that a person on the wait list could pass once and keep their position. They could only pass a second time and keep their position if they had a extreme condition. Otherwise, they had to go to the end of the list. It looks like you've crossed that out, and it seems like a person can pass several times and keep their same wait list position. I was wondering what the reasoning was behind that, because if someone is just speculating on this property with their wait list position, they can just keep passing and passing and passing and keeping that lower number, hoping that the value of their property would increase because of that low number, when people higher up in the list could be shifting down to those lower numbers. I'm assuming that gets renumbered when somebody builds. I'm not positive. Anyway, I had a question on that. Another question I had is on how you figure the retrofit points. When you give out the shower nozzles and the aerators and all of that at the farmer's market or whatever, are the people that accept those water-saving devices added as onto your retrofit list? Are the points for those devices added to your retrofit total? Because I talked to someone the other day who came down to the farmer's market, got the shower nozzles, said that his name and address was marked off on a list, brought these items home and installed them, and found out that he was replacing something that he already had with exactly the same thing. So technically he isn't saving any water because he did the same type of devices he already had. So I had a question on that. I forgot what my other question was, Alan. Sorry, I forgot what my other question was. But anyway, I wanted to make a comment that along with a lot of the other people in this town, I think we should wait on issuing intent to serve letters. I'm thinking about what Mr. Cliff said, that if someone gets an intent to serve letter, by the time they actually start building or get online is going to be probably months, year and a half, whatever. So you won't actually know what effect this is going to have on the water we have. You're doing an excellent job of coming up with a program for conservation and all of that. I wondered, what would it hurt to wait for a couple of years and reevaluate it to see how much this conservation program has actually freed up water-wise for these people who want to build? That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Now we have Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I'm not going to the beach, which is about 23 hours of every day, I do watch TV now and again, and I love to watch Representative Michelle Bachmann from Minnesota. She makes my heart soar at the possibilities of human complexity. And when she said the other day that we could not be causing global warming with increased carbon dioxide levels because carbon dioxide is part of nature, I thought about that a long time. But it helped me understand something. Human beings need water to drink. And since we need water to drink, it must be okay to meet every demand for water because it's part of nature. And I think that's basically the argument you're using. We must give intent to serve letters to more people because human beings need water. Of course, there are a couple of issues there. Whether or not they should move to Cambria is the question. And I don't think you have convinced me at all that you have a moral obligation to give intent to serve letters to the waiting list. Pardon my disagreement with you, Mr. President. And having taught ethics as an old professor and PhD person for a long time, I'd love to hear much more clarity on your claim that you have a moral obligation. You can't just state that you do and not justify it. I am really concerned when I watch Channel 21, because there we are getting a head full and a heart full on the situation in Paso Robles. I thank the board of CCSD immensely that back when they passed the moratorium, and I think it is two things: totally premature, very short-sighted, to give intent to serve letters now under the rubric that somehow you have not dealt with the moratorium issue. You're going around the back door. You're keeping the moratorium in place. That's like saying to a second grader, you can't have any new pencils this year. By the way, here are 6. It doesn't make any sense, Fritz. And finally, I think I would agree heartily with previous speakers about climate change. If we do this now, expand the demand base, because water is part of nature, we will be considered so naive and so special interest oriented that people will say, oh, it's really too bad that they did that. So friends, think about what you're going to do 10 years from now. When you look back and look at what you did to Cambria, because you have not justified increasing the demand when we have exactly the same amount of supply. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bettenhausen. Next up, Tina Dickinson.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I echo much of what has just been said, and much, again, of what I've said to you in prior months. There's a lot of noise going on out there. I would like to say, first of all, Board, that you have a moral, an ethical, and a legal obligation to residents of Cambria to supply for a safe and reliable supply of water to those who live here. I don't understand the moral, ethical that you've described, all of you probably, but mostly I know President Thompson has. I really don't understand that. Lot owners do not have a legal right to water, but the folks here do, and we are in a drought. We are having major issues with our well levels. And when you see that in the paper, the reporting that Santa Rosa Creek showed a reading of 2.95 feet for August 15th, according to the district's permit to withdraw water from the creek, that level is not supposed to dip lower than 3 feet to protect habitat for federally protected species. If I was sitting in any one of your seats today, I would be looking at this incredibly seriously and saying that we have a legal, ethical, and moral obligation to the residents of Cambria to supply that safe and reliable supply of water. You seem to be basing everything that you're doing on the assumption that the Board of Supervisors is going to raise the GMO from 0 to 1%. You haven't found out if they're going to. You've already made that assumption in the action that you just took and actions that you will be taking in the future. I absolutely agree that you have to verify what you have proposed in retrofitting conservation measures. And I can assure you that with Last year, 42 acre-feet more than 2011. This year, we're up by about 22 acre-feet over last year. Why on earth now would you be considering this? Why are you not looking at a rate increase, for example? That hasn't been mentioned. Not a word. Not a word. It's all about paper water. And it's wrong, and you need to reconsider, and I urge you not to take this. I think you'll be very sorry. I think you'll be turning Cambria into a ghost town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickerson. Next up, Richard Hawley.
There we go. Richard Hawley, a resident of Cambria. Man, what a day. You know, I remember doing this 15, 20 years ago with Bob McDonnell. And sometimes, you know, we need to relearn things. And I tell you, when the people out here know more than you know, it's really a remarkable thing. You got to be listening to these people. I think they know more than you do about this water situation. I know the ranchers do. You got a letter from them saying that the wells are going dry, they're really concerned. We've exceeded our safe yield in both creeks. Simple as that. And you want to issue more intent to serve letters. And you hang all that on a plastic thing you put on your shower and a toilet you probably have to flush 2 times. It's reckless. And giving yourself an NOE, a notice of exemption to CEQA, is even more reckless. You're thumbing your nose at the most important Environmental Quality Act in California. You need to do a full EIR on this and really understand what you're doing, because I don't think you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Next up, Jeff Hellman.
Jeff Hellman, live in Cambria. The board was elected, and it's funny, nobody's paying attention. Not one person on the board right now is listening to me. This is really typical, and I say to myself, I wait here for 4.5 hours to say something, and nobody wants to listen. Okay, fine, this is what the board is. But the board was elected, and the board was supposed to be representing the majority of people in Cambria. Turns out that the board is no longer representing the people of Cambria. The board is starting to represent a small elite group of investors that are clamoring to get the value and unlock the value that's in a potential windfall for getting a water meter. Let me say that in gathering signatures and protesting what you have, I would really guess in getting these signatures that probably 90% of the people that I've encountered, and this is a random group of people, have said that they not only were these people against you issuing meters, but they were angry. They were very, very angry at the board for issuing meters. So basically, you people have abandoned your responsibility to represent the majority of the community and just want to see, represent the Chamber of Commerce or real estate investors or real estate speculators. And just lastly, to take the moral high ground for kissing up to, investors and selling out the existing ratepayers, excuse me, but that's not the moral high ground, that is the moral low ground. I hope you reconsider what you're doing to the vast majority to help out a few investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hellman. Cynthia Hawley.
Good afternoon. I'm Cynthia Hawley here today representing Landwatch San Luis Obispo County. On March 21st, 2013, your board adopted Resolution 09-2013. Confusion surrounds this action because in its title and in the title of the staff report, you stated that it is a resolution, quote, approving the issuance of intent to serve letters. However, the action taken wasn't that. The action taken was, quote, to implement the interim issuance of intent to serve letters through the development of administrative procedures. Then you claimed that because it was only an approval of the development of administrative procedures, that didn't require CEQA. that you were exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. But today, now you're going back again, and you're saying, and you're adopting a resolution that says that 09/2013 approved the issuance of intent to serve letters, a definite project under CEQA that requires not only a CEQA review, but because it has a potential for a negative effect on human beings, it requires, like Mr. Hawley said, a full EIR. But you have evaded all that. If it was an approval of issuances of intent to serve letters, you should have done CEQA, but you didn't because you claimed it was only administrative. And if it was only administrative, why are you going back now and claiming that you did what you have not done yet, which is to improve the issuance of intent to serve letters? What this adds up to is the paper trail simulating the approval of actual issuance of intent to serve letters while evading environmental review of the effects of new permanent demand on the CCSD's current customers, on the aquifers, on protected species and habitats, and on the riparian, agricultural, and residential uses in both San Simeon Creek and Santa Rosa Creek, none of which has been evaluated for the environmental effects on all of these resources and the people. Not only that, but once again, I was, depressed to see that you've misrepresented Water Code 350 in order to justify your violation of that code. I provided you with the copy of the 3 applicable sections of that law, one of which says that, yes, you do have the authority to say what kind of measure you're going to take to address a water shortage emergency, but you do not have the authority to rescind it, quote, until the supply of water available for distribution in the pipe has been replenished or augmented. What you're talking about is speculative future water conservation program. And besides that, you have not done anything to lift the moratorium. You're in violation of it, and I hope you read these sections of the law because you don't know what you're doing so far, and you need to know what laws you're violating to justify yourself. In addition, the issuance of intent to serve letters is a violation of the public trust doctrine. And I've also provided you with case law to support that it is well established that the district has a duty to take the public trust into account in allocation of water resources and to protect public trust uses, which you have not done. And another thing that is really missing in this discussion is, like what Mr. Hawley said, the effect on the other users in these aquifers. And I was also very sad once again to see that District Council has contradicted what he said before, that all of this is against the law, especially the water code. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. That concludes the public hearing. Anything from staff, District Council, before we bring it back to the board? Members? Director Rice?
It's been 4,316 days since Funky Baloo decided that he needed to begin telling us how many days it had been since we issued a new intent to serve letter. We're not yet ready to issue intent to serve letters. We're trying to get things in order so that the house is in order, so when we are ready, which could be a month from now, could be longer, when we get a report from the general manager about what the procedures are so we can approve them. We have to go through these processes. I live here. I believe very strongly that this is a situation where our resource needs to be fairly and appropriately managed, and that it needs to be respected by everybody in the community, whether they live here or not. I frankly resent the implication that I'm doing something reckless to Cambrians, and I am not one of the Cambrians that will be affected by these actions. If I didn't truly believe that this was going to be a situation where we were not going to threaten our own water supply, I wouldn't be supporting it. There's a lot of things that need to happen to make sure that we are not overdrafting our aquifers. This is one of those things.
Thank you, Director Rice. I guess rudeness is not part of the agenda here. Yeah. Let me say that, you know, and I regret that I was not here for the last meeting. My wife's surgery was moved up a week, and so I couldn't be here to put my position on the floor. And my position is basically this. We have been talking about this for at least 6-8 months. This is not a new issue. Any letters of intent that are put out there, and Merle said it's a year and a half, I think it's optimistic. I think if there's any connections turned on in the next 3 years, those folks will be very lucky. And Ms. Bettenhausen, I think she left, so I can't really respond to her question about why I feel we have a moral obligation. And I have to go back to the Tribune editorial of March 31st, which was printed and by the Tribune after we had a major public hearing on this issue, and we had a very representative, broad-based group of folks making public testimony. And I mean, the ethical obligation is not my original quote. Let me just read from the Tribune editorial. It says, and I'll paraphrase, if conservation measures such as super low flow toilets and water-saving washing machines can free up enough water to allow even a handful of the 665 waitlisters to be served, we believe there is an ethical obligation to allow that. And I think that the reports that we have had in terms of our conservation efforts and the amount of water that has been saved and will be saved in the future because of these efforts, I think we have an opportunity to provide a handful of folks on that water wait list an opportunity to be connected and to be part of this community. I think those of you that observed that meeting or watched it on the web will remember the folks that came to the podium, one of which came with a cane and said when she first bought her property years ago, she didn't use a cane to get about, but she needed a cane at this point because of the fact that she has been waiting for so long. Another person just got out of the military. They wanted to move here, wanted to live here, to build on their lot. She served our country. And I think that that person should have the opportunity to move here and to be part of this community. So I think the people that say, you know, let them eat cake, you know, I take umbrage at that. I think we have to be mindful of these people who are stakeholders. People like to say that those lot holders, that invisible 665 folks, can't vote. So they have no say in what happens to this community. I say hogwash. These people pay taxes, they clear their lots so our existing homes don't burn down, and they're good neighbors. And I know many of them, and all they want to do is be part of this, you know, this community. And so I say I will vote for this, and I will vote for it next month and the month after that, and until we're done with the process, until we're providing some sort of justice to those people who are not being served. And I'm tired. It's 5 o'clock. It's time to go home. Time to go to our next meeting.
If I may, I just, two things really important to me. One very important thing, clearly based on the comments that were made today, and from most of the folks from folks who mostly have left, there's some misunderstandings about what the facts are in the situation, clearly, because there's 5 people up here that are not in the pockets of developers or something, that are making decisions based on data and facts that we truly believe. We live in this community. We truly believe that those are a good basis for the decisions that we're making. And we need to be better as board members. We need to help our staff be better at communicating to the community what is the foundation for making this decision, because I don't believe we're making it recklessly or capriciously or in too much speediness. I like what Ms. Bettenhausen said. We don't have to meet every demand. Yeah, that's right. We don't have to provide water for people to water their lawns. We don't have to provide more than 50 gallons a day if we decide that that's what we want to provide to everybody. I think it's important that there's people, regardless of the politics of it all, and the people that you could tell stories from here to eternity about who's on that wait list. And I don't think that that's what matters. I think what matters is anybody that's on that wait list is a Cambrian or will be building a house that a person that wants to live here and loves this community, probably at least as much as we do, or they wouldn't want to live here, will live in. So I think that I'm going to support this. There's some things that need to be fixed, and if we push it to a date certain to do a cleanup ordinance on this one, I'm okay with passing it today, too.
And I'm not done yet.
Okay. I want to weigh in a little bit.
Mr. Hellman, who is one of those that conducted his juvenile walkout, who they got to say their piece, but they couldn't, they couldn't be polite enough to sit and hear the responses to their comments. Mr. Hellman wrote a half-page viewpoint that the Cambrian, for whatever reason, decided to publish with all kinds of borderline slanderous comments, and I was fuming after I read that, and I wrote a response and I put it in my pocket because it's better not to give him any more credence. And here he goes again, taking off on the Chamber of Commerce and everybody else in this town that does anything. I've never seen that individual do squat, and so I'm just furious about some of these. I know we got to take it. I know that's public comment. I know we got to take it. But
tell me how you feel.
Oh, okay. Okay, we don't have a program.
I've just had it today with some of that nonsense that comes out of. Mr. Clift, you take over.
And true, we have to take it. But the fact of the matter is, just like Director Rice has said, and I admit I lost an email. And I would have loved to have been able to show it today because I did ask staff to, the letter we got from Green Space had some charts in it. And the question came up to me is, we've had a pretty level service of water. It's varied between 690 and 750, and we're probably going to be at 748 or so this year. But it's been very level. But I asked the question as to how many connections, and the difference was that about 1999, when we were at 780 or 790 or even higher, we had about 3,100. About 3,200 connections. Now, I'm talking about total connections, business, industrial, or institutional, and everything. Today, we have 4,165, and yet the chart was a beautiful chart because it showed what it was based on was acre foot per connection, and it was basically 22 to 25% of an acre foot for fairly level, especially during all of the years that relate to a moratorium. And then it's begun to drop a little bit, and if you take 748 acre feet today and divide it by the 4,165 connections, that's 17 percent of an acre foot per connection. Now, that's pretty darn low because that's all connections, and obviously I don't use as much as Moonstone Bar and Grill does. So, but when you average everything out, we are providing more service with the same amount of resources. And I keep hearing that if we add one house, we will turn the thing and be in an automatic increase. And what we can't seem to get across to people, or to 10 people, is that we're not going to add a house unless you can offset the amount of water. And so the argument is they don't want anyone to build here. Just get honest with the thing. And I wish that person was honest and said, I don't want any more people to come to Cambria. I would honor that. But what I don't honor and why I will support this is the use of water or the lack of recognition of what this and other boards have done to maintain and manage the resource that we have and provide that resource to as many legitimate people as possible to be able to live in this particular community. And I think that's something that we have done, and I think that's something we will go forward. I have one other statement here about Mr. Hellman, wasn't Mr. Hellman, I forget who it was. Oh, Ms. Dickerson was talking about the GMO and the Board of Supervisors and why don't we get agreement with them. Mr. Gibson, who I will say has put the deal together for Paso Robles, which is in a lot worse shape than we are, but that deal includes if you can offset 2 for 1, you can build. And why he won't agree to that for us, I don't understand. But he has specifically said, you've got to do all the things we're doing before we will talk to you. It isn't us going to them. We've gone to them time and time again and asked them, tell us what you want and tell us what you can do. But what he has said, specifically him, has said, no, you do these things and submit it to us and we'll look at it. And at the same time, he has a 2 for 1 deal with Los Osos.
That's not verified.
and he's proposing a 2 for 1 deal for Paso Robles. For the whole, so he's doing it for the whole county except Cambria. We have found that we're going to just have to go through these steps and present it to them and do the things that we can do, that we have control over, and let it go. And so I'm going to support this, and I'm going to make another suggestion here later on, and we'll go there.
Can I go?
Director Berenger, next.
Well, if,
I will, thank you, if I can.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have to say, it is disheartening that we give the courtesy and respect to have people share their concerns, or are they really fears, or are they really, I've got mine and I want nobody else here. We're never sure what the motivation is, but we do have a small amount of our citizens that continue to be very concerned about this. I appreciate, by the way, the other people staying, because I think that's what communication can only really be effective if we all have a chance to listen to each other. So I will comment on just a few things, and I agree very strongly with everything that I've heard from my fellow board members here this afternoon. It is clear that we are not intending to turn Cambria into a ghost town. The accusations that were made, they're simply not who we're about. It is interesting to me, because I've been around for a long time, really, here. 1977, I bought my home here. But it is interesting to me to have people, it's an interesting psychological thing. Now that we're about ready to open the wait list and issue some intent to serve letters and have very conservative development that will take at least 2.5 years before there's anyone in their house. It takes a long time to go through the whole process. But it's very interesting now that we're getting some strong support to get alternative water. Now, for 12 years, we haven't been able to seem to have a lot of support or what it would be and no consensus. But it would be interesting to ask the people that are very much against this, okay, so now you're ready to deal with the alternative water. Do you have something that you would all support? Can we afford it? Are you ready to go with it? Because that's the next very big item, I think, coming up. So the positive for them is they're all of a sudden wanting to have the alternative water. Well, that's a good thing. because they're not the only ones. Of course, we're being responsible in looking at that. We are very cautious about this. We are looking at, I think, our larger community. When people tell us that they speak in, well, no one wants this. Well, we all recently have run for election, and we have 4,600 registered voters in this community, and so there are quite a few that seem to be, as far as I can tell, supportive of our work. But most people don't like to come in such a hostile environment and talk. I just have a couple more things here. It's interesting how you can turn things around. I hear the word speculator all the time. And of course, then I suppose the word is simply never good, ever. However, it's interesting that if you really turn it around, if we manage to maintain no growth, just imagine the market here for all of us that own property. That's amazing. That's an amazing inflation. So, you know, it depends on which position you take. So I think what I'm really looking at is, the more we hear, it's like deja vu for me. It's like I've been hearing these same particular concerns, these same particular comments on why we should never move forward, ever. And I'm certainly here and feel that we are going to be careful and cautious, but certainly we're going to support this.
I'd like to weigh in on this a little bit.
Could I do one thing first?
Sure,
Gail,
please.
you have such a nice way of saying things.
Okay.
I have to take lessons from you.
Thank you.
Jerry McKinnon did have a request to speak, and I guess we have
Oh,
another
you
one from
missed it.
Harry. So I'm going to let them speak, and
Okay.
since
I'd like to weigh in
this
on
is
it.
Feel Good Thursday, and they didn't, they weren't part of the walkout, if you would. So, Jerry, have your say.
Jerry McKinnon, usually I stand alone, and I stand alone to say I give you my full support. The other individuals may have their hidden agendas, they may have a lot of reason, but I do not question your ability to analyze the problems and come up with objective solutions. I think that none of you have a subjective notion in your mind that you're going to take information just to prove your point. I think you're thorough in your analysis, and when you come out with the spreadsheet on all of the facts, you're going to make an objective decision based upon your astuteness and not what you personally want to happen. And I'm reminded of an old saying that my dad or somebody told me. He says, I'm an old man, and I've seen many troubles, but most of them never happened. So just hang in there.
Thank you, Jerry. We appreciate you. Harry?
Excuse me, I got to go to supper. I'm not long.
Harry, I hope you have some good things to say for us, too. And by the way, Harry's part of the Chamber of Commerce, so I don't know
Yeah,
if...
that's it, yeah. Wow. I'm not going to comment on that. I just want to make a brief comment on something that Director Robinette said just a few moments ago, in saying that all of a sudden people are crying out for an alternative water source. People have come to this podium here for at least a decade during the time of the moratorium, when the desalination project was considered the only alternative to getting a water supply. And people would come up here and address the need for an alternative water source, as I just spoke about 4.5 hours ago. And so I just wanted to correct that this is not something that all of a sudden people come up and speaking about, because we came up and addressed the issue of an alternative water source during the moratorium when desal was considered the best alternative, and the board wouldn't consider any other alternative at all. So I just want to make that correction. Does that make any sense at all, what I just said?
If I could respond, yeah. And I'm glad you, because I need to clarify that I am heartened by everyone's one thing that they seem to have as a common goal together here today was, we can't do this until we have alternative water. Well, that is a positive sign that we're going to find it, because we're all going to work together as a community. People, I think, have been very worried about the desal, but I think that one is, as far as I can tell, is not very likely on the list. So when they talk about this, I'm going to take them at their word that they mean this. Will this hold our decision on moving where we're moving with the intent to serve letters? I don't think that we're going to wait till we have the alternative water. We've waited 12 years so far. And we will need to address that, and we will certainly find something that I think is going to be something people can live with. Does that?
Can I make a further comment, or
it's up to the president.
Director Barringer? I would just like to make this statement. You know, I'm having a senior moment. My apologies. With regard to seeking an alternative water source, as most of us know, since the mid-90s, the main push for water in this community has been desal, and every other alternative has been disregarded as either too expensive or not feasible. The district has not made any effort during that period of time to utilize any of these other alternatives that are actually not only feasible, but actually less expensive than desal. And I would wish that the board would now take this reality into consideration for the future of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you, and Mr. Farmer, I want to support somebody I know that you support a lot, and it's the fish and the wildlife. And when some of our speakers today were talking about, and in past, they would say, "Oh, we're Cambrians. The people on the wait list, they don't vote. They don't have any stand." And but I think we have a lot of people to protect. And Mr. Hawley, for one, is very good at trying to protect the fish and the environment, and I applaud him for that. But I think that there's multiple attitudes that are there. We got a letter from Green Space that was trying to put us in a legal position, was trying to use every legal tactic they had. They were pulling out items that they knew about that they were just going to use as the last-ditch effort to try and stop this effort. On the other hand, we got a very nice letter from the other stakeholders, the people on San Simeon Creek Road. And it was very much of how can we work together to save this shared resource that we have. So we have obligations to the ranchers, we have the obligations to present Cambria citizens, and yes, I think we have obligations to those people that are on the wait list, because they are in fact going to become Cambrians, and good ones. What we're doing is today we aren't actually issuing any will serve letters. What we're doing is we're changing the code in order to allow us all to accelerate the reduction of water use for current and future residents within the district. We're making it extremely hard for you to transfer a property without going down to that 1.3 gallon toilet. We're going to force everyone, including ourselves, well, not force, but we're going to encourage anyone that changes property or builds property here to meet the most stringent standards, I think, than any place in the country. We've seen that it works. We had a speaker talk about the fact that he started with 8 gallons, now he's down to 1.3, and I know my daughter uses the double flush toilets, and I don't even know how they get it done. There is things like waterless urinals. There are a lot of opportunities. So we're just going to accelerate the reduction of water use by the code itself that we're approving today. We are, in the future, going to have to address the issue of actually implementing the policy. It will be a board action. Mr. Gruber tomorrow afternoon will not be issuing a bunch of letters, and that's another issue. And I tend to think, and I agree with Director Rice, is that this is one of many sections of our spaghetti code, so to speak, that needs to be fixed. There's the issue of non-intent to serves, waitlist positions that are floating around and how we deal with it. And I really am sympathetic to somebody that was up there saying, why did we take out this one section of the code that gave you an opportunity to pass on the list? I think that needs to be revisited. It was part of an administrative change. I certainly think that we should have some additional policy that's very clear to everyone, give some people a time period, maybe 3 to 5 years, to clean up their act, so to speak, but I think it's very, very important to do. And it's going to be an effort that I'm going to want to worry about in the future. So today, if you want to entertain I'm going to move that we adopt the ordinance 03-2013, amending the CCSD municipal code to implement the interim issuance of intent to serve letters and the revised water conservation and retrofit program, and directing the district clerk to file a notice of exemption and adoption of resolution 36-2013, establishing retrofit in lieu fees.
We would need a motion to waive further reading
And
read by title only, so if I may, I'll just read it by title only.
please.
Ordinance amending chapters 4.16, 4.20, and 8.04 of the CCSD Municipal Code relating to water conservation devices, the water conservation and retrofit program, and water and sewer allocation in order to amend the water conservation and retrofit program and implement the water use efficiency plan and the interim issuance of intent to serve letters. So again, that would be.
Thank you for that. I'd like to
Motion by
include that in the
Director
motion.
Berenger. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Director Clift. Any further discussion?
Boy, I guess I got a senior moment. I wanted to discuss this a little bit too. No, I think I'm going to let it be, and we'll discuss that next week.
Your motion also included adoption of Resolution 36, 2013, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, could you call a roll?
Wait,
Oh.
I have some further.
Didn't see her.
Please
You're
wait
late.
before you go.
Okay.
I know, it's late.
Yeah, it's late. There's a song by.
I will try to be as little amount of time as possible. I would ask that perhaps we could have a friendly amendment, or maybe I need to make a second motion that would include that we need to revisit. There are some things that need to be cleaned up in this ordinance, just a few inconsistencies that are very minor, that if we tried to change them today, we couldn't do it. We have to, I'm okay with passing this ordinance if we can set a date certain when we might go revisit for a cleanup. Is that possible?
I think you can put
That-
that on for future
Yeah,
agenda.
let's go to future agenda
That'd be
items.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm not going to
I think
accept
I think
the
everybody
amendment.
agrees that there's some things that need to be adjusted.
If individual board members would like to submit to me any issues or changes, just individually, we don't have Brown Act issues, and then I can compile that and work on some kind of amendment to the code, the staff report for the board to consider, that kind of thing.
Okay, and I still have serious reservations about some of the issues with the shower heads and the retrofit
Oh, yeah,
points and
yeah,
how
yeah.
we deal with that. And that's why I'm so glad to be on the ad hoc conservation committee, so we can discuss those things. So I'm okay as long as this gets on the agenda sometime in the next couple months.
Okay. Director Robinette, did you have further comment?
Maybe just a clarification, and I agree too, there needs to be kind of a cleanup kind of amendment. My question would be though, to Mr. Hirsch, even though we know we're going to put this on the agenda to do some fine tuning and some cleanup in a couple of, maybe a couple of months, my question would be, in actually issuing intent to serve letters, though, that does not stand, and that doesn't slow that down, that doesn't interfere with that?
No, the way things are structured, there's the administrative policy that the ordinance calls for that addresses the process for the board to consider the issuance of intent to serve letters, and so I expect that would be on the next board agenda for some kind of consideration of how many and so on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Without further discussion, clerk, would you call the roll?
Director Behringer?
Yes.
Director Cliff?
Yes.
Director Rice?
Yes.
Director Robinette?
Yes.
President Thompson?
Aye. Okay, that matter passes. We have
Future.
Future agenda items, and I have several comments on that, if we can.
Go ahead.
If I can talk to future agenda items, one thing, there was a person named Karen Dean that came up and talked about what do we do when you hand out a shower head, do you get a point? I think that all has to kind of be looked at much stronger. We should only have verifiable type things. Now, the ordinance we just put in place is going to make it very strict for new construction, et cetera. But just handing out shower heads, I'm wondering whether that should be involved in the points bank. So for a future agenda item, I think we should be able to discuss that. Maybe we have the ad hoc committee come up with some kind of a list of that. And also, how we handle the wait list and the new, there's a devil in the details here. If we do in fact issue an intent to serve letter, there's some things that should be tightened up. When we issue that, does it now stay on a property? Can it be moved? You know, all of that, all of the stuff that's behind that. And I wouldn't even, I hate citizens committee. Well, I shouldn't say that. I'm on tape. I think citizens committees should be focused, short-term, but we should get citizens' input on something like that. It's a complex issue, and a lot of rumors go around, and maybe we should have that tightened up. So as a future agenda item, whether it's next month or not, I think we should start thinking about having public input from that process.
And include some members from the wait list, the people we're talking about.
Hey, that's an interesting idea, and how that's formed, I'm not sure, but perhaps that's a future agenda item. And last and not least, we have gotten some guidance, and some people had talked about those smoke, cigarette butt cans. And I don't know if we have to put it on a future agenda item, but I would like to see if we can get the consensus of this board to allow Mr. Gruber to spend some of his limited resources to buy 24 of these butt cans. It's certainly within his budget. I heard they're on sale for $49 a pop. So for less than $1,000, we could distribute at least the butt cans before we get the trash cans. Oh, and one last thing. I wonder if when we produce documents and we use the word acre feet or EDU, if in the back we have in parentheses, gallons. How many gallons is that? That would be a fun thing. Anyway, that's all I have.
That sounds like a good mural project for the walls in the vet saw. I did have one future agenda item. I suggested when we passed the bylaws, these many months ago, I think we'll have them ready for next month or October, depending on district council's availability for review, so that we've got something to bring. So if we could get that September, October. I know I'm letting you know that I'm going to be ready to get something to you. And I also wanted to suggest that maybe, not like it's going to ever happen apparently, but if there's ever a meeting that we don't have a 5-hour meeting, maybe we could have a presentation from Rick Hawley. He did a really good presentation on the Santa Rosa Watershed Management Plan, and it has a lot of good information in it. I don't know if that's possible or if the Order of the Road members would be interested, but it was a fascinating presentation on the Santa Rosa Creek watershed and some data that they did with some professionals. So,
thank you, members. And Mr. Cliff, are you still?
Yeah, for future agenda items, even though we made the change and removed the moratorium, we're getting beat up with it every day. I don't know how many times I heard the word moratorium today. I don't know of any article in the Cambrian that doesn't say you've taken off the moratorium, but you've left the emergency 350, which implies we still have a moratorium. I'm asking whether we shouldn't put on the agenda simply to do away with the 350. I can argue both ways, but what I'm finding is that people don't understand why we would keep it. Mr. McNulty, who's the deputy county counsel at the county, is the only one I've found who very quickly says, whoa, wait a minute, they're doing the right thing. But supervisors don't understand it. And, you know, our local press doesn't understand it, and our local opinion press just loves anything to publish that's anti.
Sound bites.
You know, sound bites. And it just seems to me maybe we ought to put that on the agenda and discuss whether we ought to just simply eliminate it. I think we could find certain findings that would say that the facts are different 10 years from now, and we should do away with it. Now, it's not necessarily the best thing to do because we lose some flexibility, but maybe it's the thing we have to do in order to
I think we should agendize the discussion of it,
Yeah.
and we may find that we want to keep it after we have that discussion, but I think
All
that
right.
we should have that discussion.
Well, you know, as with public comment, there's no truth requirement to it, and you know, I do apologize for losing it, but it certainly is therapeutic. So, with that, we'll adjourn to closed session.